All right.
Should be good.
All right, folks. We're gonna go ahead and let some folks get into the stream. Welcome back. We got a lot on the plate tonight. Make sure we get filled in. We had put this out to a lot of people, and we're going to go through quite a few things tonight. This could go, we're targeting an hour, but it's probably going to go a couple. There's a lot to cover, and some of the stuff takes a little bit of time to go through that. Some of the comments that we have been getting is folks want to see not just kind of a pre-edited one, they want to see it cradle to grave on a full setup of stuff like SimpleMining.com, .net, sorry, and from a fresh new rig, like if you built one. So we're going to take this one we had just built, and we're going to take that and we're going to put SimpleMining on it from scratch, and then we're going to get it, make sure it's working right, and then we'll go through the modding process. So we're going to take you from the cradle to grave, start to finish, like if you just bought this rig, or you just built this rig without turning it on or anything, and how to start that. So from a best practice standpoint, of the way we do it, when we put together a rig, this was just built actually last night, threw out a few tweets on it. This is going to be the 8-card rig that we have. We might actually make this 9 if the other M2 drive that's on this can get converted. But right now it's going to be 8. For tonight's purposes, it's going to be 7 because we don't have the M2 drive just yet. But we'll do the 7 tonight, have the extra card in there for the 8th, and then we'll follow up with another episode to enable the 8th or the 9th if we end up able to get both of those working. But this is going to essentially be a 7-card start, new build. These are the new 580 RX 580s. And then we'll take you through the SimpleMining piece, and then again we'll go through the modding. So we're going to see how many people are actually on the stream right now, and then we'll get into it. And I'll try to answer some of your questions. I got several of the BBT folks over here tonight. You'll get to see some of them kind of working through this as we try to keep it streamlined for you. And I'll try to answer some questions that way when we're actually going through the working of building the rig. You're going to see a lot of stuff. So for a lot of the folks that have been mining forever or building several rigs, this might be a little bland to you, but there's so many new folks entering this space, which is great. I want to make sure that we go slow enough and answer enough questions for everybody. I'm going to try to take all the key figures, any things that we talk about when we're talking about settings and stuff, I'm going to write down on the board. We have a lot of international folks that follow us. And sometimes maybe my enunciation is not clear enough, so I'm going to write it down. We'll try to get it on the screen for you guys, and make sure that you're not misinterpreting any of the numbers or how we end up doing everything. Additionally, we also have screen capture going on right now. So as we're walking through the SimpleMining, we're actually going to throw it up on the screen and go through it in real time. So you guys are going to see this cradle to grave, and let me get set up here to where I can see your guys' questions, and then we'll start going through this. So, for some of the other questions I know that some people have been asking, we will, once we get this running, we get it modded, we get it running, we're going to be doing that with ETH. We will be taking the other options also in SimpleMining tonight. So we're going to show you Sidecoin, we're going to show you Monero, we're going to show you a lot of the other mining that you can do, including dual mining. So this should be a fun-filled, packed episode. If you're into this mining thing, or if you're curious about it, you're going to get to see everything about it tonight. We're going to try to do a full scope review with everybody tonight. So bear with us as we get this set up here and get this thing going. I'm getting into where I can see you guys actually. We're about 15 minutes late to start because we were trying to make sure that we had all of our ducks in a row for this, and I think you guys are going to enjoy this one. So I'm going to get logged into the stream here so I can see some of the comments. And as we're going through this, guys, and if I miss a question or something, help each other out too. Answer some of the questions. This is a community thing, so if somebody's asking some questions, pros, cons, all that kind of stuff. You guys can provide kind of that community input to people. A lot of the same questions come up, like which cards to use and what's hot right now and stuff. So you guys can be collaborative and talk to people about that. That's good for everybody to know. So we're going to go ahead and start getting this thing together. So real quick brief of what the hardware is in this tonight, so that way you can kind of see, and I'll kind of pivot this around. So this is a 8-card rig right now that we built. It's a little bigger frame and a little different design. We're trying a couple different designs out. You know, I've seen, and you know, I like a lot of the different designs folks do, but this one's kind of a little different, where we kind of staggered the cards, you know, across, and we're using another brace in the front here to hold the cards up. We were going to put a brace in the middle. However, a lot of these new USB risers and the way the actual USB comes out, we'd have to make this a little longer to then accommodate that. And this card isn't as long as like the old 390Xs, so it had been really tight to kind of put something down the middle like that. So we just went to the front brace here. Again, this is the 8 cards, and then the board. These are these guys right here, for the folks interested. And we'll make sure all these links are on our page. Essentially, we do a lot of it on Amazon. We do a lot of it at Micro Center. We take you guys in there with it. That's where we get a lot of our stuff. But these are the RX 580. These are the 4 gig edition. That's all they had. I usually like getting the 8 gig just for the long term on them, but the 4 gig work perfectly fine on what we're doing with this, and they actually output damn near the same. So these are the 4 gig Radeon Gaming X Twin Frozrs. And then we do have a 9th one over here too, just in case if those other M2 drives come in. And then from the power supply, let's see if we can get that. Now you probably can't, I don't know if you can see the piece here. Not that. Here, let me help you with the camera. It's this one right here. That one make this one. Right. And then tighten that. There you go. So this one here is the 1600 T2. Now, you do not need a titanium power supply for what we're doing here. This is just an extra one that we had from the days of doing some of the bigger mining rigs that required very high-end 1600 watt power supplies that were right on the bleeding edge of using 1600 watts of power. This rig will not use that much power when we're done with it, but part of the reason with using the 1600 is it's a single power supply, and I can go to every one of these cards. Even if we put 9 cards in this machine, this one power supply has enough rails on it to hit all those. It actually has 9 separate VGA connections. So that gives us 1-for-1 out of the power supply to 9 cards with an 8 pin. It actually has an additional 4 dongles, and technically you can go a few more. It has a few more that we stole from another one, but you could technically put 12 8-pin cards on this one power supply, provided the power could stay under the 1600. So that's really why we like the EVGA T2. The P2 is very close to it. I believe it also has 9. It just doesn't have the, what I would call the overboost on the actual power, to where this one technically, when we ran this at 1800 and it wasn't even sweating. It actually kicked the fan off a couple times. So it, a very good power supply. So we had a couple extra ones of these. That's what we're using to power this. And then from the motherboard piece, we are using on this build the Z270 AR Prime. This has the 7 slots, and then it has the 2 M2 drives connections on it also. So we're going to do 7 of the slots on this board tonight, and then when the M2 PCI Express slots come in, we'll end up putting both in there. We're going to start with one, stair step it, and then see if the 9th card works. So that's essentially the build out. There's a we had to put an i3 in this also. There's a 7th gen i3. You can put a Pentium in it, and there's a 8 gig DDR4 stick in it. So that's pretty much all of the stats. One of the questions is a good question. Can you use a 1300 watts for a 7 GPU? Yes. The last 7 GPU machine that we ran after the mods, we were right there underneath, just underneath 1200 watts of power usage. So we were at, I think, 1140 on, so 1300 would work on after you mod these. If you don't mod them, you're a little over 1300 watts on a 7-card rig, right? Like out of the gate, and we'll see this here. These have not been modded yet, and you guys are going to see the power output of these running without any mods on them, and then you're going to see us stair step it down tonight. So you'll see right out of the gate what this thing actually puts out. So let's get this thing going now. So I think we're plugged in here. We're going to get switched over to the screen over here to the left. We'll get this repositioned, and now we're using the actual, so this is HDMI that we're using, and we're actually plugging it into the motherboard's HDMI slot. And I think I actually have another spare board here that I can explain. Where did I put that thing at? There when I needed it. It's gone from me. Anyways, thought we had an extra board over here available. You know what? I'll use an old H81 Pro BTC. That kind of seen better days. So essentially, the onboard video from any of these boards, that's the one that we're using. We put that right in there. This is an H81. It's not the same board, but essentially we're plugging it in there, and we're not plugging it into the cards. And that's really just kind of a habit now to do to plug those into the board and not messing around which card we want to plug them into. It takes kind of the guesswork of which card you want to plug it into out, and it's been working out good. So we're going to get that plugged in. We got SimpleMining essentially out of the box. I'm just going to make sure we boot up here fine, because if we do, then I'm going to shut it down, and then we're going to go through and walk you through building a SimpleMining OS from scratch on screen. But if for some reason this didn't from my previous build, I can allow somebody else to kind of work through the kinks on this while we're showing you guys the other piece, and then we'll talk through what the kinks were. That way we can kind of keep the whole thing going for you. So this board's pretty cool. It kind of lights up. Have all the cards in. Make sure they're all in there. We got everything good. We pretty much have everything lit up, besides the one that doesn't have a riser. It should come up over here on the screen. So what we're doing right now is just making sure out of the box, I know there's no keyboard, but it should get past the keyboard piece. It's going to launch SimpleMining and start hashing. That just tells me that I'm good after the build, and that I'm good enough to where I can start doing some mining. Oh, that's the Windows disk. It's the problem with having the same.
Windows 2, I think, right?
Yeah, this is Windows. This one's the Windows installer. We're going to shut this down. It's the problem with all using the same things and we don't label them. All right, so that's the Windows installer. This one's an actual copy of Windows already installed, which we can boot off of, and this should be SimpleMining. So the talk through on this. So here's the use case here. You've just built a rig. You want to see if it's running. If you already have a built OS, you can, before you mod it, before you do anything to it, get it booted up. Make sure that the components, the hardware, your risers, everything's working. Make sure you see the amount of cards that you want to see. Make sure everything's working before you start modding things. And then, because that way you don't see where it died at. Like if something happens bad with the mod, you're not going through and trying to figure out why something's not working. So this is loading in. It's just going to run the basic setup for this rig, and it'll start hashing. So we see 5 cards. This is a 7 card. So we got a couple risers that probably need to be reseated or adjusted in here. So we'll work through that. But that's the reason why. So if I did not do this and I went straight into modding, I would think that the mod was the reason why out of the box I only see 5 cards. So I don't want to do that. It rebooted because this is, you pulled that out of a different rig that's configured differently. So we pulled this out of a 5-card or a 6-card 570 rig, which has the timings and has the megahertz differently. So it's probably rebooting it because it doesn't like the 1950, and these are 580s. These come stock at 2000. So
Do you have SimpleMining open?
we're going to go through now and get you guys set up through showing you through cradle to grave. Now, as we start to get these fixed to get the 7 showing, we're going to walk you guys through the actual SimpleMining. So you see that you have this, that this is built. Now you want the OS, and we're going to walk you through that. And it's hashing right now. Well, the 5 cards are hashing. I think a couple of these risers may have got unplugged when we were moving it. Actually, matter of fact, I see one of them that is. So we're going to power. You can power that down. That's good. And then you'll start to work this piece. And what we're going to do is we're going to walk you guys through now building this OS. All right. So what we're going to do is, here's the use case. You've been using EthOS, you've been using Windows, and you're wanting something a little different. You want to try SimpleMining out. So what you're going to do is, we're going to bring this up on the screen, is you're going to navigate to SimpleMining.net. We'll have this in your on the description below. And what we're going to do is we're going to slowly stair step you through.
Right.
He's
I've got it back.
he's on. It's on the screen.
got it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna have like a duplicate thing going here.
Mining Inception.
Yeah, SimpleMining Inception. So we're gonna go through. So what we did is we created kind of just a basic email. So just show you like if you were just to create a new email or use your current email, how this kind of works. So one of the first steps that you'll end up going through is you click on the upper right hand corner there and you go into login. And unlike a normal account setup, all you're going to do is give this your email address and then click the CAPTCHA button.
Oh no, they increased the annoyingness. Gas stations.
Fill out the CAPTCHA that you are not a robot. And then that's going to send that a link for you to come back into SimpleMining. So that's one of the first steps that you have to do. Is that's essentially how you create the account. That's it. Is that'll go to your email box, and now you'll have an account to SimpleMining. And then we're going to show you through going through and downloading the OS. We're going to give them a here. Give this. We'll rebuild it with this one. So you'll need a hard drive raw copy, Jason.
I already downloaded.
Okay, good.
I'm on top of it.
You're on top of it. While he's doing that, and you're going to watch this screen, he's going to get logged in there. It's still just showing. Oh, there it comes. Yeah. Well, it's just showing a white box on the. There it is. Okay. So now that's the interface there. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to minimize that. We're going to go back to the main page. And we're going to download the OS. So that's just showing that you're logged in now. So essentially, you add your email. It takes you into the site to where you can go in and configure your rigs. So that's the first part. Now you're going to want to go and get the software, which is on the main home page.
They've changed the layout. Get it? Okay.
Yeah, you hit the get it.
Okay, got it.
And then over there on the left-hand side, you'll see the RX.
The ROS and the RXOS.
Yeah, so there's the R9 series and then there's the RX series. You're going to want the RX series.
Oh, he doesn't like this web browser.
You use an Edge?
Yeah.
You can use Chrome.
Yeah. I can't.
Yeah, don't use Edge.
Yes, don't use Edge for downloading on their site.
They say no to Edge.
Okay.
And while he's doing that, you guys kind of follow along on the screen as he's getting back to that site. I'm going to answer some of these questions. So you had currently having serious problem installing your RX 480 with error message AMD no solid device. George Williams, you probably have an issue where have you modded your cards? Because that's a driver issue. And I'm assuming you're in Windows.
I should have pre-downloaded this. It's gonna take half an hour. What?
Copy it off of you'll copy a local thing. That way you don't have
You got it on one of the other computers.
Yeah, just cancel that and it's on the other drive over there. We're going to get this moved over. So you would hit that download link. It's going to take about a half hour. Their hosting site, even with my 180 meg download, it would still take it an hour. Their hosting site's kind of slow. So you'll get the OS download. We're going to copy just an already downloaded copy of it, essentially to be still walking you through that kind of that same process. We're just going to speed it up to allow it to go through. Why they're doing that, George, you guys ask some questions. I'll answer some of them why they're getting that moved over. George, your driver issue, you need to, if you take a look at CryptoMine's video on YouTube, you can get that fixed. They fixed the RX 480 and 580. Just look up RX 480, 580 driver fix mining. If you kind of just look that up on YouTube, you'll see CryptoMine. I think there's a couple other folks that have done videos on that. Yeah, Mike, we're just moving stuff over since we're on our local network. We're just making the copy over, and then we'll bring it back on the screen. Yeah, I've had no problems with GPU Shack. I think it's Aaron over there. It's either Aaron or Andy. I can't remember his name. I've had no problems with them. They have EthOS. And they've always treated us okay. I know there's a lot of other people that have gotten mining rigs from them that are mining components for their rigs, and it's been fine. I'd say I haven't had any issues with them just from our side. The thing about it, the question that just came up is about Vega. Vega's going to be interesting if it has HBM memory. That's the high density memory for the application of something like ETH. I mean, the Pro Duo had it, and it didn't do very well. But I don't think the drivers for the Pro Duo were really optimized for what we're trying to do, and we couldn't really reverse engineering. From worth waiting, absolutely not. I would say get whatever hardware you absolutely can right now and start mining, because with the way the pricing's been going crazy, I think we're over like 120, almost 130 on ETH now, pretty much overnight from $89. I would go get anything that's in your available store and put a rig together right now and start mining as quick as you can. That's just I would just do that. I mean, there's no reason to wait. I mean, there's people. Well, I mean, you're doing fine if you got 20 RX 480s. I mean, you should be fine then. If you're a new person and you're watching this stream and you're wanting to get into this, I mean, watch some of the videos. There's a huge community now. We're not the only ones doing this. In 2013, when we started this channel, in early 2014, we're about the only ones that were doing this kind of stuff out there. There was a lot of people doing a lot of crypto mining videos. You had like one or two people that would kind of dabbled into it. You had some of the bigger people like Linus take an attempt at a video. I mean, I'm fine with Linus's video, but I mean, there was a few misnomers in there, especially when it came to the power requirements that was just not right, but I mean, respectfully, they don't do a lot of what we do with the mining. So, you know, there was little bits of people. Now there's tons in the community, tons and tons and tons of people that are doing all these type of videos. So, you know, look around and, you know, look at the experiences that people are sharing, and you know, make good decisions for that. We try to take it to another level with regards to like the live streams and that, because the post-produced videos are good, but this kind of stuff like right now gets down to the weeds. You can go back, you can rewatch it over and over on how we kind of got to the completion on something. So that's what we're trying to do with the channel, is to make it more kind of interactive now, and then not only bring you some cool hardware. I guarantee you when the Vegas come out, that we'll be out there with you guys, you know, trying to troubleshoot driver issues and stuff. And I've never, let's put it this way, the only solo mining I have ever done, and this is all the way back into mining in 2012. So that was Bitcoin with 580 or 5870s. I've only ever converted maybe, aside from some other alt currencies, I guess, because Litecoin, or not Litecoin, Feathercoin, I got all kinds of blocks with my hardware. I had to pointed to Feathercoin for years, but I think I maybe earned 1 or 2 Litecoin solo mining, and I had a rig, my old rigs on Bitcoin, and maybe got 1 or 2 early back in the 2012 days. In 2013 had an entire essentially farm assigned to it for 7 days and never got one. So I'm about pool. We do Ethermine, our ETH pool and Ethermine are the 2 pools that we use.
Okay. We should have everything now.
We got everything over?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the screen now. Essentially, just think of it like we just downloaded the actual software from their site. We chose the RX. It downloaded. It's about a 2 gig file. So we're going to walk you through each of the steps from this point on now. I'm going to let Jason drive through this. Okay. And as he does it, I'm going to go ahead and through. I'll throw in some commentary as he's if he needs help with it. But go for it.
So copying over the operating system, well, first you want to download it and download the HDD raw copy utility that they have linked on their site as well. So I'm going to go ahead and open up HDD raw copy. Tell it, yeah, it's okay. Open it up. Oh, it's installing. So
that's fine. Well, this is walking them through it. You're installing it.
So installing it, you can do whatever you want for that. So I'm going to launch it now. The install was really quick. Now, it's going through this first. It's not completely intuitive on how the interface is laid out, but the very first screen, the title up here says source. So like nowhere else.
That's actually not coming up on the screen, I don't think, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Is it? Okay, it just hasn't launched into my live stream
Yeah,
yet.
it's a little bit delayed.
Okay.
So.
So yeah, once this screen comes up, I want to make sure that our audio is synced up with you guys. I think it is, but on the live stream, it hasn't popped up yet. Okay, you can go.
Yeah. So in the top left corner, it says source. So this is the source of the of this new OS. So what we're going to do is click on or double click on File, and select this SimpleMiner RX image as the source, and open that. Then continue, and then the target. Yeah, it now says target up here. We're going to select the flash drive that we have plugged in, and we're going to continue from there. So then it gives you a little bit of just like an overview of what you're going to do, and then once you hit start, it's going to start writing the new operating system on top of that target. Again, be sure that whatever you're writing it to, you can afford to lose, because it's going to erase everything.
Yeah, so if you have your drive, this is a key point. If you have your drive partitioned, and you have several partitions on there, and you're thinking, I got a 64 gigs memory stick, and I have 9 gigs of open space, I'm going to do that. It is going to erase the entire stick. So be wary of that if you're going to try to have like a multi-boot situation. This thing is going to take all of it, and it's going to create all the rest of that open space into just raw open space. So
I'm going to go ahead and click Start Now. It gives you that warning. All data on the target device will be overwritten. Yes, I understand.
On the question with remote logins, yes. You'll see the remote management of it. It is amazing. It's actually one of the best ones out there. And we'll show you. So SimpleMining right now is free, and it's going to be going to a pay system. I don't know when, it hasn't announced it, but it's going to be charged, I think, $2 a rig a month, I think is what its target is right now.
$2 to $3.
$2 to $3 a rig a month, which is more than acceptable for what this software's been doing. So, but right now it's free. What we're walking you through is still that, and the site will show you kind of where to do all that stuff. Right now it's not live, so maybe we'll make a video of that if and when that happens, but right now it's still free. So we're going to let this sit there and cook through this. I'm going to answer some questions. Since this is a live stream, we're doing this, cradle to grave for you. I'll see if I can get through some of your guys' questions. Yes, you can dual mine. We are going to show you in this whole entire live stream, the entire taking this, putting it into the rig, booting the rig up, making sure it all works. Then we'll go ahead and go through the modding of the cards to update the cards, and then we're going to show you the different types of mining you can do. So we'll actually go out there, register a Monero, a Sidecoin, ETH, Zcash. We'll do them all tonight here. So this might be a couple-hour live stream, but I want to walk you guys through how to dual mine, how to use this software. Hopefully this will be a good episode for, especially if you're just new and you're getting into it, or if you've been into it for a while and you haven't done dual mining. This should be a full walkthrough for you guys. While this is going, let me answer some more of these questions.
Do you want me to minimize this?
Yeah, that's fine.
So, there you go. Now they can see your lovely face.
Oh, awesome! I was hidden behind the box. So one of the things I do while you guys are starting to come up with some of these questions, in the video before this, it was kind of showing you guys kind of what we were getting through, and we did kind of change the format. I kind of debated you with these gray matter cases. We have some of them behind me here. We kind of went more towards just looking at all the questions on the site, and people asking about simple mining and dual mining and how things work, and we just thought, let's take everybody through a start to finish. If they were built a rig and they wanted to use this tool and they wanted to mine some ETH and then they wanted to mine some other coins, and then or if they wanted to do them both. So that's what this episode is. But I wanted to clarify a few things. On the previous episode that I was talking about, I had said that one of the boards that we had, the H270 Plus, was only supportable 4 cards. That's actually, we found that out not to be true. One of the great folks making comments, and this shows you the kind of the power of folks giving good feedback. They came out there and said, no, hey, I got 6 cards on that board working fine, but I had to update the BIOS to the version 609. So we went out there. I thought I had the latest BIOS. I did not scroll down far enough. There was one more out there. Or actually, I scrolled down too far and covered up the latest BIOS. If you have the latest BIOS on that Asus H270, so it's the H series, not the Z, it's the H. The H. The H. Is this a Sharpie? No, good. That series does support 6 cards. You just have to do the
BIOS flash.
You have to do the BIOS flash, and then you gotta go in there, and in the post-productive video we'll show you all the settings you need to set in the BIOS, and you're gonna see it essentially in this rig too. But you need to turn on the 4G decoding. You gotta have the PCI Express modes set to Gen 2, so Generation 2, and we'll explain what that is when we get in there. But bottom line, each of these slots, if you take them down to Gen 2, they're essentially running, I think, at 4x. We'll look that up, and you guys can confirm that for me. But bottom line, it's dropping it down to where you can have 7 cards in there. There's enough resources, and it sets everything up right. So where are we at right now? And that thing's about halfway.
It's about halfway.
11 or 12 megs. So Yeah, if you get a faster memory stick, like you get the fastest ones out there, 3.0, and you put it in an actual 3.0, I guess you plug it in the front.
2.0.
That's a 2.0,
This
yeah.
is 2.0.
Yeah, so we plugged in a 2.0. So if you put it in a 3.0, you'll get about 40 megabytes a second. It'll take probably 5 minutes or 8 minutes to put the OS on there. This is probably going to take another couple more minutes. I'll answer some of your other questions while we're going through here. Yeah, the Pro Carbons looked good. When we went there, I think actually Micro Center was out of the ones I wanted to get there. Hey, bring up that card. You know that while we're waiting for this thing to go, we'll talk kind of, I don't want to call it mining news, but have him do the search for that BioStar. It's the BioStar crypto card. This thing is sick. Which chipset's best for mining? I don't think it matters. We've done it for the H series and the Z series to see no difference.
BioStar.
Bottom line is if it can support, if the chipset can
4
support
GPU.
the amount of cards, you're good. There's no advantage right now on chipset that I can find.
That one.
Yeah,
Scroll
can you?
down.
No, that's
Go back.
that's the board. It's a crypto mining card.
The T.
No, those are motherboards. Did you actually type crypto mining card?
I did not.
That's what you need to type. All right. Anybody tried out the new Sapphire RX Mini Pulse? I have not tried out the Sapphire RX 570s. I think we have some Sapphires here. They're not. Which ones are these?
Next one for it. Transform your gaming.
These are Nitros. These are
Hold on,
480s.
that's it.
These are some Nitro 480s that we
Check
still
that
need to
out.
put.
Wait, what is this?
So you plug that into a 1X riser,
Uh-huh.
and then instead of having an individual in that 1X riser, you can plug 4 video
Here,
cards
share that.
into that.
Share that video. Or share that. So this is the thing I wanted to bring up. So this is fresh out from BioStar. I mean, we're talking a few days. So what this little contraption's supposed to do, and we haven't got this. I've asked for you know, if I can buy one of these. I'm trying to get BioStar to send me one. So what this is a 4-to-1. So this is a single PCIX slot with 4 actual USB connections to go to 4 separate risers, and it has that little black box next to it. It's the actual additional power. So I'm trying to get my hands on one of these. I'd really like to see this and see if we can actually do a 4-to-1 out of each of the slots. We're probably going to run into some kind of physical limitation, I would assume, but
Yeah. The
Um,
number of lanes, maybe.
the number of lanes, maybe we'll run into a lane issue. But I've asked for at least one of them, if not a couple. But yeah, a single there, and then so even if you run into a cheaper, what's that one? Yeah, so it's taking that kind of, yeah, it's taking one of those. I think most of them know what it is. We're blinding them out.
Yeah.
There you go. So yeah, it's
Not
going into
focusing.
4 of those. So even if
The average family's new, but
it only supports, let's say, 8 cards or 12 cards. So if you took, you know, the math problem of putting 6 of those in there by 4, that's 24 cards in a single rig. Even if that's not possible, what that allows you to do is step down to a motherboard that is cheap, like $20 motherboard that's 3 slots, you know, ITX, low power board. If those things work out, that's essentially what we're going to try. So when we get one of those, I'm going to try to take a very micro size board, put that in there, and see if we can actually, if we put 2 of them in 2 of the slots, because most of those microboards have a 1X, I think the ITXs have a single 16X slot and a single PCI 1X slot. If I can put 2 of those cards in there and switch that to an 8-card rig, I mean, that's pretty cheap. I mean, well, ITX boards can get a little expensive, but I think I've seen some for 50. But that's essentially what we're going to try to do with that. I don't think, and if I can get 6 of them, I'm going to get 6 of them because I'd love to try 24 in one rig. But we will try that out. I am working hard to try to get BioStar to get me one. I will pay for it. If BioStar somehow sees this video or this live stream, please email us, bitchbetrippin@gmail.com. I will pay for it. I don't want it free. We want to do a simple review of it. So we'll see what we can do. Let's see here. You know what? I'm going to help George out here while we're waiting. This thing is almost done copying, folks, so bear with us here. I'm going to give him a link to how to fix that driver. And I am assuming this is CryptoMine's video. I'm giving CryptoMine all kinds of props out here. Let's see here. This one right here. If you're using Windows and you're having a driver problem, that'll probably fix it. That's a subjective question. Crypto Legend, is it better to dual mine or mine one coin? Technically, but mathematically, it's better to mine two coins because you're getting, even with the miner dropping hash on your primary, you're getting, you're hedging on 2 coins at the same time. That's really using your rig efficiently. Yes, 240 is very good. All right, I think we're done. I think it's copied. So we're going to switch back to this. So again, if you're just joining, we've been going through the SimpleMining.net OS setup and install. We're at the point now of launching it over there.
Okay.
I'm going to switch it back over to Jason now for he can continue to walk you through.
Okay, so everything's done now. The very next step that you're going to want to do after copying over the operating system is you're going to want to go back into your file browser and you want to open up that flash drive that you just flashed to. In there, on Windows, it will show you a partition that has one file, the config.txt. Before you plug it into your miner, you want to make sure that you change this email address to your email address that you logged into through SimpleMining.net. If you don't, it's going to be using this address as the mining location.
Correct. So I'm going to go that real quick and slowly one more time. So after the OS is built, you have downloaded from SimpleMining. The reason why we went out to go register our email is because that is the email that you're going to type in here. This is how the miners will authenticate to whose rig this is. So you're going to put your address and your email address. That's the only configuration that you do on this OS.
The SimpleMining operating system actually downloads your configurations from your profile on this website and then configures the rig based on those configurations. So if we would have left that admin at SimpleMining.net in there, it would have downloaded the admin's configurations, including his mining software setup and the addresses that those mining software are sending information to. You would effectively just be mining for that person, not yourself. You would be doing the work, but they would be getting paid for it.
Yeah, so you want to make sure, and the reason why we're going through this slow, guys, is I want to make sure, and I know we got some seasoned people here, I want to make sure that there's something on the net that's saved, or if somebody's going through this, they understand. So thanks for bearing with us as we go through these kind of very new walkthroughs, but I just want to make sure people understand and it's very clear and concise and can go back over it.
So we're going to go ahead and save that. Go ahead and eject the disk. Hand it over.
All right, so you can take that off. So now that that's built, this rig now is ready for this OS. So this is a fresh one. So what we're going to do is we're going to reboot this now. Now, you know, we restarted this before with an already built OS.
We haven't set up the configurations yet.
We haven't set it, but I want to show them all the way from scratch on that. So we're going to boot this up, and you're going to see the screen as it comes up from a very fresh install. I'm gonna make sure I'm trying to take this thing very, very slowly before you guys can catch every piece of this. So we're gonna boot this up, and you're gonna see from a very fresh install what. Here, I'm gonna bring the screen down so I don't cut anything off there. Little glare. One of these days I'll get something I can port that raw video over. So I'm going to walk you through. So this is just the OS booting up in Linux. And again, we still have only the 5 GPUs. We didn't fix to get the other 2 right. We're going to go through some configurations and then we'll shut it down and we'll work through getting the other GPUs up separately. But what we're going to do is show you the kind of process. As this OS boots, it's going to go out and it's going to look and see what version. It found a new version. So this thing auto updates. So right now it's updating Claymore. It's dumping all the OS updates that it needs. It's downloading version 1093, which is I think that's the OS version, right?
Yeah. I think it's up to 1095 or 1096, so we have a little bit of updating.
Yeah. So as this rig's going through this, now this rig has the 7th Gen i3, so it's a little faster. And it's actually not, I don't think, even the bottom one, so it's already updated. So this is the 4-core one, I think. All right, so now it's logging in because it saw that email, bbt.rigtest@gmail. That's the email that we put in there. That's why that's relevant right now, because you see it right here. Downloading and writing config, registering rig at SimpleMining, looks at your email, confirms your email, and then starts rolling through any kind of configurations that you had previously set. So right now, the base config on this rig, which I don't think we've set, it's just taking the basic setup. And
yeah, it was defaulted to Claymore 8.1.
Yep. And that's what's showing there on the screen.
Yeah, so now technically, what the first thing that would have happened if we wouldn't have went in there and did that, it would have came up and it would have said go to your link. So we kind of jumped ahead a little bit and kind of made sure that it didn't stop. But if it would have stopped, it would have went and said, please configure miner, please configure miner, please configure miner. That's okay. What that means is you need to go back to your original email that you got. You need to click the link to go into the mining site, and it'll bring up your page there. So what we're going to show you is, what it's wanting you to do is click that big red button there.
Options button.
So you click that options button, and these are all the different miners that are built into to SimpleMine.
The operating system is configured to handle all of these setups. So all you have to do is select which setup you want to do, and add the options for that setup. So like on the Claymore ETH 8.1, it gives you a little text box for you to go in and put all the options in for executing Claymore ETH 8.1, including the pool that you're going to use, your wallet address, all of that awesome stuff. So you would just, I don't know, do you have a wallet or whatever that you want to set up for this? Or
That's 6. It's found 6 GPUs this round.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, we're mining for SimpleMining right now on this video right now because we haven't set a wallet up. So I'm not. We will go to the wallet setup here in a little bit. When we go to do the flashing of this, we'll go ahead and just pre-set up some wallets and do that configuration kind of off screen.
Okay.
That way we have just some wallets configured to it. And we'll show them one, like putting in where you need to put it. But so right now you can see the base. I don't know if you can drop that piece of screen here, and we'll just see the base outputs of these. So we did some wiggling right here and got at least 6 of them. We need to go and probably replace a riser and get the 7th one going, or move a riser. But these out of the box, these are the RX 580s. Out of the box, you're getting 22.6 with base settings. So 133 for 6 of the cards, not very good. It's probably using a ton of power. I don't know if we plug this actually into a kilowatt. Let's get the 7th card working, and then we'll plug it into the kilowatt.
So
going to shut it down. It's the one different riser. What probably happened is, yeah, when I was putting it in there, I might have clipped that one on accident. Okay. So we'll shut this down. What we're going to do is get the 7th card working, and then after that, we'll make sure that it comes up here. We're going to take a reading, a kilowatt reading on it, because this is prior to doing any kind of modifications, and I want to see what the modifications and how it drops it down. So we're going to shut this down. We'll get zoomed out here. We're going to check all of the different, I think we...
You turned it on.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? All right, so this is the one. Ironically, it's the only one that I have is a blue riser. This is because I ordered these in 6-packs, and they sent me a black version 6 riser, and I'll explain to you what the different versions mean. Here, so they sent us this one, and this is this is actually a version 7. So there's version 7 base one. So most of the version 7s and version 8s are SATA. They're a SATA connection there, and a SATA power, which I think I have another one over here. Relatively, yeah, here it is. I had it actually already staged up on this. We're going to use this one here. So this one is the version 7S for the SATA, and that's a SATA power versus the Molex. I like these ones, but they keep going out of stock. I like them because they go straight into the SATA. Now, one of the points you can't hit home enough is when you are plugging in your risers, if your power supply can, if you're using like a 650 or something, you might not be able to do this, but you'd never want to go more than 3. I always usually try to go just 2 risers on these connections, the SATA connections. The SATA to Molex connections. If you go 4, you're going to burn your power supply up. Just look at a few of the videos out there people have been posting. We've burnt them up. 2, if you go 4, it just pulls too much power. So you're talking 50, essentially 45 to 50 watts per connection state. So when you're looking at that much wattage, you're now looking at that single strand has literally 250 watts, almost 300 watts of power going through it, and it's just not really designed to do that. So you want to do just 2. Sometimes you have to get away and just do 3, but 3 is the max. So I am plugging this riser in, making sure that we're good. Just seeing if it's... Usually troubleshooting rigs, the very first thing I always do is if I don't have a card showing up, I flip risers. Just switch them around and just see. So pretty quickly, if a rig's running too, you can also kind of feel and see which card's down if you don't know which GPU number it is. And then you find the one that's not running, and then just swap the riser with one that is running and see if that card now starts running. More than likely, it's a connection or it's something goofy with the riser. And sometimes just flipping them makes them work, and maybe it's just a contact point, maybe it's something else. I call it kind of pseudoscience. It's not on. Now we just switched that riser out, and we're making sure that now we can see all 7 cards. Yes, we do have 8 cards in here. The 8th is not on right now because we do not have the M2 drive connected. So there's an M2, and maybe we can pull it up while you're waiting on the side, Jade. Just look up the M2 PCI Express adapter, and they'll understand what I'm talking about here. Flip my hat around here. Let this get booted up here. And when we start messing with settings, I'll make sure I write them down for you guys can see them on the little whiteboard here. So it's out there connecting to SimpleMining. We're going to make sure we see all 7.
This thing?
Yes, is that the PCI Express? Yep. Yeah, you can show that while we're waiting for this to boot up. Or coming into it. Here, this is the thing that I was talking about on the video. Let this come up. Yeah, so this is the adapter that I'm talking about to get the 7th and 8th card, or the 8th and 9th card potentially on this board. So this is an M2 drive PCI Express adapter, and we ordered. Here, you can pull that off. Yeah. So we did. It was a riser. That's what we switched out. So this blue riser, when I was putting these in earlier, we were going to do a kind of a middle brace bar here. And when I was trying to put these in here, I think on this riser, when I was pushing down on this, I may have broken this one loose when we were building this. I thought I heard it kind of snap, and I think that's why this riser did not work. So I actually did the damage on this one. So new riser, we got 7 cards. Did we plug in the kilowatt? We did not, so we're going to shut this down real quick. And I want to plug the kilowatt in. I want to get a reading on this. And here's a kilowatt over here. And also, I do have a sound meter. We're going to put a sound meter here because some people have been asking some questions on decibels of what kind of output this thing's putting out. Let's grab that. And then that has to go into a plug. Okay, you can plug it in, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you're good. Do you want to take this black one that way? See it? Something that can get to the. Make sure we have enough. We have cables everywhere over here. Get you guys set up. Put the sapphire back. All right, so we're going to plug in the kilowatt. What I want to do is I want to take a reading on this rig first, without touching it. We built it. We just built the OS. You guys, we walked through that. I'm going to take a reading on it. I want to see how much is this thing outputting when it's hashing, even with its base crappy hash of 22 mega hash thing. I want to take a reading because when we go and change those timings and we start adjusting GPU clocks and we start adjusting memory, I want to see what kind of return we're getting on it. We try to keep a counter on that. We haven't tried any of the Pro Carbons out. I'm neutral. We might try out some of the Pro Carbons. I see people talking about the Pro Carbons. The Asus are so available to us right now. I mean, we go to Micro Center, they have them stacked. So again, we're not sponsored by anybody. All this stuff we buy ourselves. This is not. There's no paid endorsements in any of this stuff. We haven't gotten anything like that. I mean, I've reached out to AMD to try to like extend the olive branch to say, hey, let's try to figure out for the whole community, you know, be visible. Let's work together and try to find a green solution, maybe a mining mode BIOS that comes on these cards. And we haven't heard anything yet, so we're gonna keep banging on them to see if we can come as a collaboration. You know, as a community in general. It doesn't have to be us. Just somebody can reach out to them and just work a better, you know, greener solution. So that's showing the 7 cards. Now this is just ETH. And we will tonight go through, so I know if you're kind of coming back and forth, if you guys can't stay for, you know, we're now at an hour. This is probably going to go for at least another hour live stream because we're trying to get a lot done in this live stream. But, you know, you'll be able to come back. We'll get this hot post out to the web right after this live stream for you guys can come back to it and you can watch it. Because the second half of this is going to be modding this and then showing the different dual mining, Zcash, Monero, Sidecoin. We're going to run all those on this rig. Okay, so we're at 155, 7 cards out of the box. Haven't touched anything else. 22.25 or 265, 155, and what's our power count at?
1318 right now.
1380. Show. Let's get this. So this is the power count on this without doing anything. We're at 1318. 1319 as the cards maybe spinning up. 1321. This probably will settle out, I would say, probably in the 1350s, maybe 1340s once the cards get a little warm. So that is what they look like when you haven't done anything. So now we got the 7 cards. We got 1300 on that. We're going to keep count of that. Base 1300. Let's just call it 1325 right now. Watts. That's 1325 watts base at 155.8. 155.8. We're keeping track of it. So we're going to power this down now, and then we're going to walk you through what we're going to do with this. And maybe we can show you guys how to create something like this from your own, but essentially, this is I think this is our Windows drive, right?
Windows 10.
Yeah, this is Windows 10, ready to go. You just boot it up on you put it on any one of your machines. And we have our flash software on here that we're going to flash these cards with. And then we'll walk through, and I'll have Todd kind of go through that. We're kind of all trying to give everybody a little play from the BBT side. Yes, 1300. So this is a 20 amp connection that we're on right now, not a 15 amp. 15 amp at 1300 watts.
Yeah,
it can still
would do
handle it.
Yep.
It's like 15.
15 amp can do
Is that
roughly
18?
about
18?
1700 watts.
1700 watts. So 15 is about 1700 watts at max. Like you'll probably be popping fuses after that. 20 amp, you can get maybe a little more on that. I think closer to what, 2000 or so.
Yeah.
On 20.
2200.
About 2200. There's a math problem there. So 1300 is fine. I mean, we used to run 1600s all day on it, but this is not where the end state of this machine is going to be. We're going to get this much lower. This is out of the box stock. But we want to make sure you guys understand when you set up a good catch. When you set up a rig like this, and if you don't do anything with it, you're like, oh, I'm good. I'm not going to do anything. You're spending a lot more power than you need to. So we're going to show you that. So we're gonna now take this, put the Windows piece on it. Now we're not in building Windows. We're just gonna boot up Windows. Hopefully it works with this. I think it'll work with this board, right? It should.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do that right now. We're going to let this kind of get up. So this is going to boot up Windows, and then we are going to do the flash of the BIOS. So we're going to take a snap of one of the cards. We're going to adjust the timings. We're going to the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to adjust the timings on it, and then we're going to do a GPU clock and a memory clock. Now I'm going to do those up front. Normally, what I'd say is stair step it, but in just the lieu of time, I'm going to go straight to where I think these cards need to be at, and we're going to see if that works. If it doesn't, then we'll go back and readjust it. But we're going to essentially take the 1750 timings. We're going to copy those over to the 2000s on these, and then we're going to take the overclock of 2150 and put it across all these. So Windows is getting right, device is ready right now. And again, the only reason why we're using Windows here right now is to flash the BIOS on these cards. And for anybody that asked, these are not the switchable multiple BIOSes. It's almost done. It's, again, this is a USB. I'm trying to answer some of your guys' questions both in the chat and live. This is a USB drive, so it's not the fastest thing in the world. And so, and the way this is set up, this USB boot drive is that you put it into any machine, and then it goes through and just goes back through that normal like setup mode, like you just installed Windows. That way you don't get all those crazy driver issues. Like, you know, you just put it in a already built hard drive, and you stick it in another computer, and then it just starts blue screening because it doesn't have all the drives. This treats each one and creates a different unique ID with them, and just boots off. So it's at the speed of the USB, which we plugged this into the. Yeah, we did do 3.0. Okay. Which, even though this thing's theoretically, I think around 40 megabytes a second, I think it actually, in this mode, when it doesn't have any of the extra software, it actually goes about 4 to 5 megabytes per second. So it's equivalent to like an older 5400 RPM hard drive. So we're at the pace of that. Yeah, the 1080 Ti will mine like a boss, but it's just expensive. I mean, so if you have a mining rig, or if you have a gaming machine, you want to do some hedging at night on your 1080, then go for it. Yes, Brett, I've heard of that a couple times. You need to make sure you have the right power supply for the effort. Well, this thing will get there sooner or later. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a snapshot of one of the BIOSes, make the timing changes, save that BIOS, and then we're going to do something a little different. I don't think I've seen this on any videos yet, so this is going to be like a first time for the videos. We're going to use PowerShell in Windows to deploy that BIOS to all these cards simultaneously. And we're going to walk you through that. Now, this would be more for folks that are going to build lots of rigs, and if let's say you buy the same card with the same memory types, and you want to do it quickly, and you can do it at 7 cards at a time type of thing. That's what the PowerShell piece is going to show. But since so many people have already created videos on how to do, Polaris editor and then load it on there, we're going to try to take it to that next step of showing how to deploy it in a large fashion quickly. So I think that should be pretty interesting for you guys. And it shows you how you kind of get through quite a few volume. While this thing's booting, we just built these couple gray matters. We have this gray matter case here. So this essentially is what 18 graphics cards. To create those BIOSes quick and deploy them to the same thing. We wanted to make sure that it was fast. And I mean, you've got a lot when you're doing it at volume. You got to build them quick and try to get them going. Now, I don't know why this is taking so long. This usually doesn't take that long.
Could be because of the extra cards.
Yeah.
You get one extra card.
So while we're waiting for this, you guys can ask some questions. I'll get some answers for you. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the comments. Thanks for the feedback. We do value that. We try to make sure that, we're trying to make sure that everybody, this just helps everybody. I mean, and we get help from you. I mean, this is a mutual thing. I mean, we're doing this, but I mean, even our video, last night, or the night before, we thought we were done with the H270, and somebody said, hey, no, I got one, and I got my BIOS working, and it made us go revisit it. So it's a good community thing. We appreciate it. I mean, it helps all of us. I mean, we're not all experts on this. I mean, we just fell often and fell enough that we understand and learn from it. So, we're around it all the time. So we're going to naturally get a little more experience than just somebody's doing 1 or 2 rigs. So that's what we're trying to extend to you guys, since we're doing it all the time, is, if you're getting into it, it's one of those things that if you have a bad experience with the creation of it, and it's not stable and it's not getting you anywhere. You know, it starts to feel like, oh man, I get suckered into this or something. And in reality, it's just like the few steps, and if you do kind of nurturing and caring for it and do things in the right way, and if we show how it's been successful for us, then it's more reliable for what you guys are doing. Because I mean, these things should be they're definitely not plug and play, but once you get it going and it's kept cool and you can get stable power in it, you know, these things are run for a year solid. You know, especially with an external fan on them. I'm always big about the external fans because these fans on these cards go out. I mean, the 390s I think that we had and the 290s, I mean, they were blowing fans all the time, and we kind of learned from that and said, you know, we got to get some extra cooling on them. But yeah, you get, you know, a year into this, you know, at the prices the way they are right now. I mean, what are we, 22 or 2020, 2030 on Bitcoin right now? 2040?
260.
Is it 260 now? 2060 rather?
2060.
It's never too late to get into this.
2076.
Yeah, it's never too late to get into this. This is what I'm saying. It's economies of scale right now. And if anybody's been watching what's going on with the Ethereum Summit right now, and some of the commentary that's coming out of that, if anything, if you just watch anything, watch some of the stuff that folks have, you know, commented about that on, or, you know, at least had in that thing of showing the platform and the technology that's being used for this. So there will always be some coin out there with some kind of mining. I think, though, from a standpoint of where this is going to go in the long term, I think the graphics card companies, the people that are building the hardware, are going to get more smart with it and either take advantage of it in some way to where we do have like a mining mode on the card, or, you know, that the technology is going to get such a, you know, a small version of it that the heat and the energy use will be down to just tolerable levels, you know, to where you're not using tons of energy. This has almost went twofold just in the last 2 years right now in energy reduction by mega hash, especially with all the current coins that are out there. I mean, a rig like this, a 6-card rig like this a year ago was 1,600 watts of power, 1,500 watts of power. You could have done some mods again around 13 something. But now people are running at 650 to 850 power usage for the same mega hash. So, you know, this stuff isn't going anywhere. These are good hedges. You know, if you're new and you're just joining and you're seeing the screen and you're wanting to know, like, you know, why would I want to do this? I mean, graphics cards have always been a good hedge. You know, and especially at the price points that these graphics cards are at right now. I mean, you get 580s and 570s at $189. Look at any graphics card that's 2 years old. The NVIDIA cards that are $400 2-3 years later are maybe $120. A card that's $189 and 8 months from now, even if you've been mining with it, is still going to be over right around $100, if not $90 or more. So even losing about 50% or 40%, you still have a good hedge, because in that much time you're going to be able to get your at least a huge hedge on other currencies, Ethereum and any other thing that you mine. And if those go up, then this is kind of a no-brainer. And, you know, you guys are the lucky group, the 70 people watching right now, to see, you know, the creation of one of these machines and then maybe get into it, build your own, and get into this from the ground up. We'll let it reboot and see if it catches it.
It won't. So you need to pull. You need to
pull one of them.
No. Pull 2 of them. Just do 4 at a time.
Okay. So yeah, so we're gonna let that down. It finally got all that. It's when you have 7 cards in the very beginning. We're gonna go 3. Make sure they're over, not touching. We'll see if that gets through. Yeah, if it ever boots. Yeah, it booted and did a Windows thing with us and blew up. But it's okay, we'll get it. Yeah, 2 750s would be on anything you're doing. If they're RX 480s or 580s, or 570s or 470s, it'll be fine. Do we have a simple rig resetter? You bought one, didn't you?
I've got 2 of them.
You got 2 of them?
Yeah.
The thing works pretty good?
It does.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, you go out to SimpleMining.net and they have that video on there. Todd's actually using one. I haven't used them. Oh, we're gonna go back to this again, aren't we? Already go a lot quicker, won't it? Yeah, it's jumping to 50, getting ready. All right, let's see if we don't blow up this time. So this is good. You know what? I'm actually okay. I'm okay with blue screens on live streams because I want them to see that this stuff isn't as clear as everybody makes it out to be. I wanted to show you that it can happen and how we fixed it. We had 7 cards plugged in. It blew up Windows. We unplugged 4 of them. 3 cards are in there right now. It's fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the driver set up, installed in this. I'm gonna let you go ahead and drive on that part while I talk, and we'll make sure the. I'm gonna zoom in kind of on the screen because they don't need to see my ugly mug enough. Let's see here. We're gonna get this over and kind of show what we're doing here. This is Windows 10 Professional. For anybody that's wanting to know which version of Windows we're using here. Yeah, you gotta get the driver installed first.
Yeah.
I can't put the GPUs in yet. Oh, it actually installed them. That's what the blinking was. It just blew up whenever it was trying to open it.
Yeah, it sees it. Okay. These also have the.
Yeah, Delta. Elpida. Elpida. Yeah. Okay. Well, it says Elpida, but it says unknown there. So we're just checking to see, make sure they all have the same memory type. So we need to take let's take ATI WinFlash. We need to copy the BIOS.
Right click on it and run as administrator.
Yeah, so we're going to ATI WinFlash first. First thing that we're booting up, and we're going to do it just for one card. We're taking a base BIOS of the actual MSI Twin Frozr air reading ROM. I don't think the drivers are fully installed. I think we have to go through.
I'm gonna just reboot one more time. Sometimes that.
Loads the driver.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna reboot it first, and then if that doesn't happen, we're gonna load the drivers on it. We already did these cards like this before. It's just it has to go and reset the. I think it looks like it thought it set up the drivers, but it still didn't. It should have set the native screen to the native of 1920 by 1080. That's part of the thing. How you know the drivers are really set to is if it drops your resolution to the native of the screen, then you know that it's at least loaded a base driver.
Rotten the Rat in the chat has some code to back up all of them from the command line.
Oh, nice! You use an ATI WinFlash from the backup. There you go. You can copy that, chat. We'll save that for later. We'll run that. Yeah, we deploy automatically. I haven't backed up automatically, though. That's a good idea. We usually just do the manual backup. And that's a good idea, backing up all. Working properly. Yeah, just try to run GPZ, you'll know real quick. Gives you the CL issue. No, it's still running an issue. You need to run the driver. We're closing this. Did we do that? We did the copy of the driver's thing, right? Already on this build.
Yeah.
Okay, so then just run the. Your local drive. PC. AD&D. And then you did 17.3, I think. Here, let's just walk them through it.
Yeah.
All right, so to make sure that you guys are capturing this, so we've downloaded. It's actually the wrong one. 16. I usually do a different one than that. Let's go out to AMD. The 16. It's the hotfix version. I think it's 16.11.1. Yeah, we use the command line for the deploy. Support drivers. Let's scroll down. 10. Other drivers. Yeah. Nope. Right here. Previous.
Download previous.
Yeah, download previous. And then scroll down. And it's the
This one, 11.5 hotfix?
yeah 11.5 hotfix. Yep, download that one. So we're downloading the 16.11.5 hotfix, and you're going to see what we're doing. We're going to copy this over, or we're going to copy part of the folder over the newer drivers to get this installed. And this is just to kind of get the RX 580s working with a modified BIOS, which really is really irrelevant. Actually, we just need it installed before we can just copy the thing. This is a step that you would do if you're trying to run Windows with your cards. If you're going to do mining, is the step that we're doing right now. Because technically we could just install drivers for these, because we're not actually going to run them in Windows. But since we're already almost there, we'll go ahead and go through the operation. What's the max price for Bitcoin?
What do you think the max price for a Bitcoin will be? Currently, it's...
Well, with anything with math, and my kind of background's kind of math, is you take it with the max potential of what money and revenue is at. So like total wealth of the entire world when it comes to transferring wealth and money. I mean, you take like $4 or $5 trillion of movement of money yearly in transfer wealth mechanisms. Use that as your base of what's a potential if it replaced all financial kind of workflow institutional stuff. And then if that's how much is moving right now, just say what's Bitcoin's current supply divided by that, and that's going to give you, your relative market cap. Use that as your market cap. That's its max potential. Now, is it ever going to hit that? Probably not. Probably some kind of derivative of that. So just take some of the higher, how much gold is out there, in value. Take some high number there and just kind of back into it and figure that's what the max potential is. Well, if it's at 10% of that, then what's that market cap? And if that market cap's, $500 billion, take the current market cap, divide it by the supply, and there's your price. So it just matters how much wealth goes into Bitcoin. And right now, a lot is going into it. That's what's driven the price up. But if like the EFT gets signed and now there's $300 billion of new money into it, $300 billion on top of what Bitcoin is right now, so current market cap puts it at what, like $8,000 or $9,000 a coin. So
exit out of this now, right?
Yes, exit out of that.
And then go to this computer, AMD.
And you're going to take the older driver, 16.5, the one down below it. You're going to go in there, you're going to drill into that. You're going to go into packages, drivers, display, in that folder, the B folder, and you're going to select all. And your copy.
Yeah.
You copied it?
Yeah, but we'll do it this way.
Okay.
Copy.
Go back to packages. Go back even further, back one more, and then go into it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. I don't know which one. I think
it's the same one.
It's the same one, yeah. And then back through that same path. Packages, drivers, display, there, and then just paste in there all of the overwrite all that. Oh, the speed of a USB drive.
Yep.
It's got a requery. And paste. I know I got out of the predicted pricing markets when you start modeling, you do got to model. If you're going to do this, you got to have a plan. You have a plan of how much you're going to take out. If you're going to need to pay expenses, you're going to have a plan of what your depreciation on the value of your rig is and what you want to get out of it. And you got to have a plan of what you want to invest. So from that, you have to build in some forecast of what price is going to be. When we were forecasting price back in March of 16, we were looking at max potential of ETH, maybe in a dream world was $50, and because we were looking at what was the total market cap going to need to be at. Basic use was applied to Ethereum's Ether, and we were projecting 40 to 50. It more than doubled that. So right there shows that you can have good forecasts, but our forecast in this way was off in the good way, where it was more than double it. So we can hope for another doubling, but I would say project for maybe some pullback, and then maybe this is the new floor, and the new level, the new floor, and maybe it'll do incremental increase like it's been doing, because mind you, March of 16, Ethereum was like $8, it went up to 12 for a little bit, and went back down and bounced from anywhere from 8 to 12 for almost a year, for all the way through almost December. So, the prices that we see now could be the prices. It could drop back down to 110. I mean, it's right here. What are you doing?
Just running slow.
Oh, okay. So it thinks there's already a driver in there. Wow, this USB idea was pretty good until the speed of it. Yeah, we need the optional driver. That's the one we clicked, right?
Yeah, custom.
Downloading installer update. I don't actually care. I don't even care if it updates everything.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We're gonna get through this, get this thing loaded to where the drivers are on it, get the ROMs copied, and then get to testing the rig out. So it's just we're running on a slow. I actually had a hard drive built for this. Actually, thinking about it. If something starts to go south with this USB stick, we're gonna switch to a solid state. Right here. It's the other OCZ driver here. There it is. All right, there it goes. Now it changed the.
Yeah. The other thing is that we never want to keep the system up to date. This box here is going to be bad if we check that. So always keep that unchecked.
Yeah, if you're doing a Windows install and you're going to run your miner in Windows, you do not want it automatically updating your graphics drivers. Bad things occur. So make sure that box at the bottom is unchecked when you're installing your driver. You do not want it popping up. You do not want it automatically installing. You don't want your Windows automatically updating and installing. Hit cancel. That's fine. That's okay. I think that the drivers were already there and that jogged it. So close that. I think you have CL running now. Because I saw the resolution change. So just test it by hitting power up. Yeah, it's working now. So we just needed the driver installer to just jog the driver that was already loaded and actually enable it. Again, the key factor there of what I saw and why it's kind of natural for me to kind of pick that up because I've seen it 100 times is when the resolution automatically changed for this from the larger resolution that was there, the driver activated. It was good to go. So now we can actually run this and actually get a copy of our BIOS. Or let it reboot. And is that the right? Yeah, it's WinFlash.
Yeah.
I love running into new problems. I've never had that, say, aired around. Love it.
Fun stuff.
I like fixing stuff in front of you guys. Typically, you don't have that happen. But we're using untypical circumstances by using a USB drive for Windows. Let this get rebooted. You guys can ask some questions. I'll get some questions answered while we have our in between our downtimes here. What's up?
What do you think about the add to PSU connector?
I've used it on a couple rigs. It was real good. Should have came up a lot faster. Oh, came up. All right, so we're just gonna take, save. You know, he did give us the ROM. So yeah, save this under RC. Alright, and then we're gonna, you can just keep that, that's fine. Yeah, we're not gonna use that anymore actually. No. And then go into Polaris Editor. So we saw on a reboot it fixed that ATI wind flash issue. Sorry, go ahead. Let you. And open it. Oh, you put it on the desktop right here.
No, that's 570.
Oh, did you 580? Okay, desktop. 580. There you go. So we're just opening up the original ROM. Now, typically, it's best practice to copy all the ROMs. Go to each card and copy them individually. We literally have like lots of these cards, and I've typically just, we're not going to use these for gaming, but if you're ever going to resell these or use them for gaming or something, copy each ROM and label them. That way you can put the originals back on there. So what we're going to do first is we're going to copy the timing 1750 to 2000 on this card. $2,000, and we're going to do it to both series of straps. And we've done this on our other video that we actually had up on the screen, so you could see it a little more clear if you're wanting to see on how to do, this kind of thing here. The memory, let's set to 1750.
Yeah.
Those things are base 2000. The 580s are usually base 2000. Set them to 2000. I'll take them to 2150 through software. So no, set these to 2000. And then we'll do this through software. I don't think. No, never mind. Let's do it. Let's do it this way. That way they can see it. From 17 or 1179. Start at 1179.
You want to change that one?
Yeah, or we're gonna change. Which one are we on?
Well, I think the 1179 you want to keep, but then this next one you want to do like 1182.
Well, I want them lower than that.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so we're gonna go to 1088 on that one, and then 1090, 1092. Now there might be other settings that you guys have used that have worked, but I've tried this by just going straight to 1092 on the bottom one, and it's went like 7 mega hash. So the way we've done this, and this is at the last one, whatever the last one is, make it 1112. All right, and then save that. Saving that ROM.
Okay.
And then we're going to, you want to push it to full, all three?
Yeah.
So this is what we're going to do a PowerShell. I'm going to zoom in on this. We've made the BIOS that we're going to deploy. And we're going to choose PowerShell. We're going to run that as administrator.
So you're going to have to right click on Windows PowerShell, right click on that, and then it'll have this window here, run as administrator.
And then that will give us essentially PowerShell screen.
So on this Windows, we've got the ADI flash is installed. Where did I put that?
We put that to a folder that you can get to easier if you need.
Yeah, I did, but oh, it was under my home. So it was under user, home, desktop. So if I go under users, home, desktop, here's my ADI flash folder. So I just need to CD to that folder so that I
Yeah, so it's just change a directory to the path of where the root of that executable is.
The next thing that you can do is you can then do a dot backslash adiflash.exe with the -i, and that just pulls information on the cards, and you can see that it has a DID of 67DF. We are going to use that in our next command, which the next command is going to be this adiflash, which is going to be the -PA, and then we're going to have to change this folder here to desktop. Okay. See user home desktop. Okay.
So we're just making sure the path is correct. Most of the time when you have problems on this kind of stuff, it all comes down to the path. It doesn't know where to go run the command from. So the first part of that's that after the adiflash, the dot backslash ATI_flash.exe space, it looks like a, what is that, a -PA space the path, which is where it's at, and then the actual ROM. And then after that is another command, which you can see
which
there.
is a -PA DEVID, which is equal to 67DF, which matches this DID up here. And that way, when this runs, it's going to flash any card that has a dev ID of 67DF. So it's going to flash these three cards. Notice that the BN has 01, 03, and 05. When we run this, it's going to do a search, and it's going to find the first flashing adapter, BN01, so that you know that it's doing this first one.
So we're going to do it to these 3 cards. It's going to do it automatically into series. It's going to flash each card individually. And then once that's done, we're going to shut this down and we're going to do the other 4 cards. So we'll run the same command quickly, boot it up, let the cards get settled with the drivers. Run this command, flash the rest of the cards, and then we're going to start up SimpleMining. Now, typically, if you're going to run in Windows, you're going to test the cards in Windows first. You're going to flash 1 card. You're going to test that card to see if the settings hold. The way we're doing this right now is we're just flashing everything. And if we end up having an issue with one of the cards, I'm going to show you where we may have some, I call them unicorns, where I don't have to touch them. Once I've done one thing with them, they're good. I'm actually hoping against having all unicorns on this. If I have one card that's not behaving well with this flash, I'm going to show you in SimpleMining on how to handle that one card individually with maybe stepping up stepping down the memory or stepping it up. We'll play around with some settings in SimpleMining to see if we can fix it with software. If we can't, then we'll come back and reflash the card. But hopefully we have one card that acts up and we can show you some of the more advanced features on that. Even if we don't have one and we have great cards, we'll still show some of the timing or the actual GPU and memory timing changes that can be done in SimpleMining. So we got one more, right?
Yep.
Comments. PCI slot. So it's done 1 and 3. It's now working in 5, right?
Yeah.
Now it's working 5. So after it's done and it gives us this for 5, which is almost done there, when we see that next one that says restart, we're going to go ahead and we'll restart it. So do not, under any circumstances, reboot your computer in the middle of this. You may brick your card. So let this process finish. So if you have 6 cards, it's going to take a cool minute. It hasn't froze up. Let it do its thing. And and I encourage people even if you are, is it done?
Yeah, bring the camera down so that they
Okay.
can see the command line.
Let me show you guys the command line here. Zoom in. So you can see here. Go ahead.
So it's got comes back down here, and
That's when you know you're done. When you have a blinking cursor at the command line and it shows the count of how many adapters you have updated. If you're looking for 6 cards and it says it's done with 6 cards, that's great. With us, we were looking for 3 in this one. So we're going to shut this down. We're going to swap risers. We're going to put the other 4. We're going to do the same exact operation, and then we're going to get into SimpleMining. And what I encourage, after you guys are done with this video, or after we're done with this video, if you guys are using another mining software right now, like EthOS or Windows is not being very stable for you, this can offer, it's real quick. I mean, it's a memory stick. Just put SimpleMining on there, try it out. If Windows is giving you hell, and this might be the answer for you. No, it was on.
no, was it?
Yeah. Now it's on. Did you pull the right one?
Yeah.
Where's the other one?
Right here.
Oh, okay. Check. Well, look at the questions over here. Yes, we did mod the BIOS on the motherboard to support the 7. We did that before. We can go in. That's a good idea of going in and showing people. So now on the boot. What's going on?
No, it's going. It's going.
Oh. Just taking a sweet time.
Yep.
It's freaking him out. Thought I was going to turn it off. Yes, we'll once we're done with this part here and these flashing, when we reboot it next, we'll go in there real quick and we'll show you the settings that we changed to make sure the 7 worked for the person asking.
Yeah.
We have a video on that, but I mean, we're already this one's already kind of running the course, so we'll cover it in this one again.
So I opened up GPU-Z and I'm just double checking that the memory type is the same on all 4 cards and the same as the previous cards. Because if the memory type was different, we would have to do a different mod for that one card.
Correct. If you find some kind of weird setting where you end up having Samsung memory or somebody else, take a copy of that ROM and redo that action. So again, we're just going to quickly run this, and then we're going to go into SimpleMining and we're going to see what kind of change we have. So we just looked and we see the 4 cards. I'm going to zoom in a little more, I guess. So it's going to run through those 4. And then once we're in SimpleMining, we'll run it with these settings. And then we're going to do some forced changes. And we'll show you both on the screen from SimpleMining's view and how you remote manage that and how you push different configurations using the web tool that SimpleMining gives you. So you won't do any of it. You got to understand this OS is not something that you're going to sit there and mess with the actual rig itself. You're actually going to remote manage this pretty much completely and exclusively, and allows multiple rigs to be managed. And what we'll do is once we get this one going for a second, we'll spin one more rig up, just turn it on, and you'll see that come online, and we'll show you how that works at the same time. And then we'll get into a couple of the different coins. Just configuring those and letting them run, and you'll get to see some of the dual hashing and how that works. Yeah, let us know some feedback too. I hope this is not too boring for you guys. I mean, it's a whole bunch of computer dudes showing you guys some tech. Hopefully this is good information for you. That's nice. Yes. Well, we may have bricked one of them. We'll see. I have never seen one cause a blue screen.
Frowny face.
Video TDR failure. The stop code. So that was on one of the GPUs. Just nuke it and reboot it.
I wonder how much money Microsoft sank into the redesign of the blue screen. Like how much do they pay people to figure out that this color of blue was more appealing to look at than the more harsh other color of blue and all that other crap.
Yeah, oh, there's a frog in here. Mm-hmm. On the back side of that. Let's go, that door's open.
The window's open.
Well, let's see if we see 4 GPUs. see if you got So we're gonna just check and make sure we didn't lose any GPUs in that wonderful Windows. I see them all. I think it actually finished, and when it went to go initialize the next one, it just died. Here, do a win flash. We're gonna just do them manually to see which one doesn't like getting written on. Just going to run that one, because the ones that already have the BIOS is going to tell us that we can't use it. So I'm just walking you guys directly through, given the scenario that we're in right now, where we had a hard reboot. I'm going to try to identify which BIOSes actually got completed and which ones did not. And if
so, in the PowerShell, it does tell you that it was already updated or not as well. So
yeah. Well, yeah, we can't even see the fourth, right?
No, you can't even see the. Right.
Well, that first one is done because it changed the name.
Yep.
It was after the second one tried to commit, it didn't work. Try to go ahead and run that one. Load, hit that. And then just do that one manually. And let's see if we can get it to blue screen again. Program. Yeah, it's gonna hold. All right, it says it's already in there. Okay, do the next one. It just didn't change the name. Usually it changes the name. Yeah, do that one. I don't know why it's carrying the name over. I've seen that before though. And then program. No, that one's taken. So if it blue screens on this one, then that's the card that's having the issue. Or the BIOS didn't get actually on one of those cards. That one that it didn't change the name on. So what we're going to do, we're going to put the BIOS, if we can flash the next one after that, right? I want to do the PowerShell, let it run through all of them. Again, it'll say already on, already on, already on, and then we'll let it auto flash that last one. Then we'll shut it down and we'll boot. And if we end up having one card that doesn't work in SimpleMining, it's probably that one card that just died and that BIOS is probably screwed. And we'll see. Because we don't get a good representative sample to see if we actually have a dead card here. I mean, it says it's seeing it, but if it actually works, yeah, you might as well try. Yeah. Yeah, it already says it's fine. So we're just going back into PowerShell real quick. We're going to try to automatically push to all of them again. It should skip through all of them and see the last one that we need to have flashed. Let it try to flash it. And then we're going to pull them up into SimpleMining. We're going to see if we can get all of them to respond. From the looks of it, it looks like it actually... what's it saying?
Unknown flash ROM size. This first one might be bricked.
The first one?
Yeah.
It passed the test. Yeah. So, here, let's just shut it down. Which do we know which GPU that is? You trying to do the /P and just do them individually?
Yeah. So if we do one.
That one's already programmed. So we're just manually stepping through right now because we do have one GPU here that does not have this programmed. And we may already have one that's down. But since we're plugged into the the local OS or the local motherboard HDMI connection, you know, we don't know the real state of the card until after we try to put a load on it. All right, so that one's trying to flash. Yeah, and if you guys are, Amazon had some pretty good deals in there. If you guys go to bitsbetrippin.com, if you guys are going to do some Amazon shopping, you know, we do have an affiliate connection with them. So, you know, you can, if you're just going to do random, unless you have another deal and you have some other affiliate or whatever you're working through, but if you're just hitting www.amazon.com and doing your purchases, you know, you're more than welcome to hit one of our affiliate links. Just any of our bitsbetrippin.com and do us a solid. Yeah, it looks like number 4 is the one that's toast.
Well, I'm not sure if it's 4 or if that should have been 0.
Huh. But yeah, just click any of those affiliate links and take you to Amazon. You can go about your shopping. That does us a solid and gives us some affiliate. And it's just not us. I mean, if you guys work with other vendors, you know, or other YouTubers and stuff too, you know, I try to, you know, because we can't buy from ourselves on our affiliate. So what I usually do is I go look for other YouTubers that have affiliations and I click through them. It's kind of a community thing. So, you know, if you you go out there and take care of the community, that's the way to take care of the community for everybody. I try to hit other YouTubers. Again, since we can't double down on ours, you know, that's just not the way it works. So we'll hit other channels that we like, and you know, we buy all kinds of stuff on Amazon. I'll go out there, hit their link, and you know, make sure I'm hooking them up. I think all of the YouTubers out there appreciate it. It kind of helps us. But you see, we don't do a lot of advertising or anything like that. We try to just bring you guys straight to the stuff, you know. Yeah, some affiliate links won't work for other countries. I mean, it's unfortunate. Which links aren't matching? We try to link directly to the actual product. And some stuff that's out, I'll take the link up a level and just to the general category to see what's in stock. So like RX 570s, R80, you know, RX 580s, pretty much right now at this point with the pricing the way it is, anything you guys can get your hands on to start hashing is really relevant. I dictate that on price if at all possible. I had an MSI Gaming X and it went to a Nitro. We'll get that fixed, Rot. That's not right. It should be going to a Gaming X. I'm gonna write that down. Fix links GPU. But the way the affiliate links work is if you go to any and then you navigate to another thing that's the right one, if we screw it up, it still counts. So it's considered a refer off that original. So I personally like the SATA slot risers versus the Molex. I'm done with Molex. I'm so tired of that. That technology needs to go away as far as I'm concerned. That 4-pin stuff, anybody ever try to get those things out or in? It's only seeing 6.
Riser.
Oh, it's only seeing 6. It might be a bricked card. We'll find out which one it is and we'll try to play with it real quick. But yeah, we might have nuked one of those cards. We're only seeing 6 now. Did you reboot it?
No.
Oh, it rebooted itself.
Still 6.
It's pushing. It's pushing.
Because in the config you got the commas.
Oh yeah, we need to adjust the.
The config was never set up.
You sure?
Yeah,
It's
You sure?
I'm positive.
overclocking line. Oh, it's skipping OC. Because it's saying core 1950,
This-
skipping OC.
This was a fresh SimpleMining account.
So I would overclock it. See, you got commas in there.
I didn't set this.
Yeah.
Well, I think it made it default. But it's running at 1950. I don't know why it rebooted earlier. And that's going to E4, 4 o'clock. That's fine.
I mean, the example has commas.
Yeah. I think they're trying to set the example. So what we could show them what we're talking about right now. Or, go from pull that whole screen over, not just that one. Yeah. And then go back a screen. That way they can see where we got that from. So what we were looking at in an observation, where we were kind of talking amongst ourselves, is there were some settings above that it was inheriting from the SimpleMining configuration. So we went in to look, because it'll push config to the cards. This is how you adjust the settings. I'm not getting anything right now. It's not mining.
So we can go ahead and.
What's the power usage right now? Oh, it's on the other side, sorry. I thought it was to the right. Here we go.
25.5.
So 25, and then we haven't really pushed any of the cards' memory. It's at 2,000, right?
Yeah.
So the timings are taking it to 25. But set all those to 2150.
Just set it once.
Just set it once.
Yeah.
You just push it to all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if you do it once, it'll go to all. If you do it with commas, it goes to individual card slots.
And
Any
then
core or power stage.
so the power stage, set that to 3. And then for the clock, put that as 1088.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Save.
Now, see, we save that config. It's going to push that signal down here, and you're going to see it here.
There.
Yeah, you can. We're going to move that screen, and you're going to see that get pushed here. So you see that it sent the command to kill it, and now it's rebooting it, pushing those settings that we just configured in SimpleMining. So, UI. And there it is, pushing all those settings. So we're taking the GPU memory up to 2150. And again, I think we might have bricked one of the cards with that Windows kill. We'll try to do a recover on it if we can. That'll be a different video. We'll see if it initializes on 2150. Should have came up by now.
You're also using Claymore 8.1.
Oh yeah,
Well, we never configured anything, so.
yeah. Claymore 8.1 does not work well with the RXs. Do 9.
9.3.
Yeah, so bring that screen up where they can see it. All right, so what we're gonna do, we just noticed that we left this on the, now we were on the base config, which is a Claymore 8.1. We're switching this to 9.3, should be at the bottom.
Okay. Save.
Yep. So we just pushed that. We're telling it to now we're going to use the 9.3. So you're going to see another kill command here come in. It's going to re-push the memory settings. Here's the kill command. It's going to reconnect, and now we're going to be using the miner. You saw how easy it is to switch between those.
Jason, go back to the TV.
Look there.
And resave the overclock settings. Anytime I switch things like that, go back in like your overclock settings, Jason.
Okay.
And then push that and let that push that clock down. Huh?
I didn't touch it, and I think it just rebooted.
Save the overclock settings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't think it liked that push it. I wonder which card we need. I said I hope I have an issue with one of the cards. I didn't mean that it was gonna brick it.
Surprise.
That's the first one in a while.
Might make a good boat anchor.
Expensive boat anchor.
Yep.
Do you know how much a good boat anchor is? Pretty expensive.
I mean, these settings could be unstable too.
True.
Trying to connect.
Yeah.
Downloading, writing new config.
There we go.
Pushing config. Claymore 9.3. I'm gonna get over by the memory.
Picked up all 7. No.
No,
Six.
this is GPU 0. You might not like 2150.
You want me to remove that?
Bring it down to 2,000.
Just take it back down to 2000, back to 25 again. We may have to pull different timings for these cards, but this is the essential process of finding in and locking in.
I did 1100 and 2000. 1100 for the core and 2000 for the mem.
Yeah, that should be fine.
So we're adjusting the memory and the core.
Go back and put your GPM state as 4 then. So the thing is GPM state 3 is going to be your 1088. GPM 4 is going to be the next one higher, which was going to be 1094. 1092, I think we did. This will tell us.
You send that command in through twice.
I updated the 4 second from the others. So.
What's up?
Wade wants to know what I'm doing in town. Surprise visit for Bitsby Trippin'.
That's right. Got a soft lock on the CPU.
It just rebooted.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't like a setting in here, or that 7th card that's still plugged in is messing with it. We just don't know which card it is, right?
I think it's gonna be this one, but it's just a guess.
Well, let's just try one more time, and then we're gonna change some settings. No, what we'll do is, so we did timing, GPU, and memory in that BIOS. So what we'll do is we'll bring it up, just do timing on the BIOS, and we'll just do GPU and memory in SimpleMining for right now.
Okay.
And then when we find a good soft BIOS, then we can hard code it in the GPUs. I don't like doing a lot of soft BIOSes, and this reboot's fine. Again, you're seeing that it was having some issues a few times. It took another reboot, and it cleared those issues. So let's see if it ends up holding this setting. It actually took two full reboots until it finally became stable. Now let's see what it actually puts out.
I may not like that 2150 memory is my guess.
We're not at 2150 still, are we?
No, we're at
No.
2000.
Yeah.
Well, then we should be back down to 25 something, which isn't going to be enough. We gotta. Yeah, that's not good.
What's the power?
We might have to do 1625 timings.
But that power should.
Power. Well, yeah, but we're down a card too. But the power's at 800.
It's at 800.
820.
Okay.
820. We're down a card though. Remember we did 1300 with the one.
I got it.
But the timings and stuff dropped the power down to 800 from 1300. But we also minus a card. So here's the deal. We have an extra GPU too.
Hold on, just leave it alone, so that so I can figure out.
Which GPU it is.
Yeah.
And then we can swap to the 8th GPU. We'll pull the bricked one, and I'll work on that one separately.
It's this one.
That one's
It's this one. Yeah. Definitely.
Okay, yeah, there's no heat coming off that one. So what we can do is we'll just pull, when we power this off, we're going to switch over to this one.
Yeah.
There's the fastest way to do it. Okay, so I'm killing this. We have the extra GPU in play here, so I'm going to pull the riser from this one. I'm going to slip it right over here because we already have this one ready to go. It's plugged in. It's good to go.
It's not modded.
It's not modded, which is fine right now.
You want to mod it real quick? I mean,
We'll
we know
mod
which
it.
one it is.
Yeah, we can mod it. You want to put the other? No, everything's good.
I know, but Windows doesn't like.
Oh yeah. You just leave that one in there. Just put them all. So, on the 8th card that we had extra, we're just going to mod that one to make the 7.
Yep. Yeah, Windows doesn't like more than 4 cards on there.
Dan17, where are we finding this? All the stores are sold out. Sorry if you live in the St. Louis area, that's probably us buying all the cards. So you can find them on, I don't know where you live, but if you're in the States, I mean, you can use Amazon. Newegg's having them come in. They're all pretty. What settings are we using right now? We are using straps 1750 over 2000 for both, and 2000 mem and 1112 GPU. I really want that memory to be about 2150 at least. Let you get in there and do that one, and then we'll plug this GPU in, and we'll have the 7 after the programming. might have to take the. The 4 gig. That was the one. Yeah, I was just checking. I was just checking off screen to see if it seems like these Elpida Memory versus like the Samsungs are kicking butt right now, and the Hynix, but these Elpidas are. Now see the Elpida Strix that we have over there are kicking butt. I'm getting 170 megahash out of that rig.
So the forums I've been reading is that the Elpida has been doing really good with Zcash, better than the Samsung for whatever reason.
It's just timing. Oh, we're zoomed in pretty heavy there. Zoom out.
Yeah, I was zoomed in on the PowerShell.
So once we get this, we're gonna. The point of this episode wasn't to make sure that we were trying to get the most out of these. I'll make a separate one out of that. If we get these stabled at, 26, 27, whatever, that will go with it. I want to check the other coins and just show them, here's how you kind of just enable that and get the dual mining turned on. And then we'll have a follow-up. I'll do a follow-up on what it takes to get this particular model, the RX 580 MSI Twin Frozr with that memory type, what settings actually get it to be optimized. You see we're back to 7 cards. It pushed the config. That other card probably is, it may be bricked. You might be able to recover it. And we'll see what these actually come in at. And we're still pushing 2,000 memory, or was this 2,100?
It's
2,000.
Okay.
You want me to up it?
Yeah, up it to 2,100.
Yeah, so we're up to 178 megahash right now.
Anything on the power stage?
No, just leave that.
Okay. Save overclock.
So the power stage directly correlates to the core clock,
Okay.
not to the memory.
And it's just what power stage you're running. So if you're running 1120 and you run power stage 7, you're just...
See how it says 1090?
Mm-hmm.
That was that strap that we upped to 1090. So power stage 5 would say 1092.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, but that's what I was saying, is that it's picking that
Yeah.
stage inside of They may not like 2100. We'll probably have to choose different straps. I'm not going to do it on this video, but I think the 1750 to 2000 strap isn't giving me the bump because the strap, you have a good combo on the strap. Got a bug in here. When without doing any clock setting changes, you're running at about 27. If you're at that 27, then your memory usually takes you to the 28 to 29 range. We were at 22 and we bumped to 25. That's not much of a good bump. I want to see a 27 after straps changes on the timings, and then I want to see that move to closer to 28 and a half. So we'll have to play around with this. Take this to try it one more time on this. Take this to 2050, and we'll see if we can just get her eked up a little bit, and then we'll move on to switching it to different coins, and we'll take it back down to 2100 for stability, or 2000 for stability, and we'll see if I'll play with these separately and get them figured out with straps, because I'm gonna have to re-flash each one of them. Pushing the other. Why it takes so long. Last time I froze there, I'm just kill it. I'm just trying to speed up the process. Let it reboot. What's ETH at right now? I looked at it all night.
ETH is at 0.0608.
06. 0.06.
Mm-hmm.
Let's drop some.
Yeah.
What's the price on it? 22? 122?
It is 125.19 USDT.
Oh, it's because Bitcoin's way up. Right, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Bitcoin is right about at 2060 USDT.
2060. What's Ripple? Did Ripple move any today? It was down.
Ripple went down a little bit. Or actually, I don't know. It's 35 cents USDT.
What's the actual conversion right now? 1700.
17,356.
That's not too bad. It was down in the 14s, 15s. What about Burst?
That's up from when I saw it earlier. So, Burst is up about 30%.
572.
Pink coin is up 33%.
Don't know what pink coin is.
Nav coin is up 40%. Like Bitcoin is pulling a lot of stuff up. Bytecoin's up 40%. Digibyte's up 80%.
Yeah, Digibyte's an interesting one. That's the connection with gold, stamps with gold.
Scicoin's up 45%.
This one may be unstable too. We might be stuck in 2000 on the memory on these from 1750, because it should be mining right now.
I'll go back down to 2000.
Yeah, just take it back to 2000. So what we're going to do, we know 2000 works. It was getting about 175 mega hash right now on this rig, which is unacceptable. This was a 7-card rig, should be pushing 195. That's where I'm going to try to get this rig to, is 195 mega hash. And because that 8th card, I want to be pushing up into, 20 or 215, 220,000 or 220. So let's kill this. Let's go ahead and show the screen to them, and let's go ahead and do one of the dual mining. Now we're going to need a wallet, right? Or do they have any default dual mining wallets?
Which one's dual mining? ETH plus SIA.
Yeah, there you go. Is it asking you for a SIA wallet?
I already put some wallets in, so.
Okay.
So So yeah, it's already configured. It's got its default configurations. I'll go ahead and set that. Save.
Oh, did you show them?
I did not,
Okay.
so I'll go ahead and... So what I did was I went into the options.
So what we're doing is we're going to show you changing the miner and then go into a dual mining option.
We were at the Claymore ETH 9.3. I went ahead and I selected the Claymore ETH plus Saya up here.
Hey, Rotten the Rat, post your wallet. I'll use your wallet. Somebody give me a Monero wallet. I'll use your Monero wallet.
Monero.
Well, there's Monero mining in this.
Is there?
Should be, yeah.
Wolf XMR miner.
And then somebody give me a Zcash wallet. If you guys post your wallets, we'll let this mine on this for a little bit. You get some free hashes out of BBT.
So Michael, we're not doing anything with the pools. We're just using whatever the default pools were and the configurations for SimpleMining.
Yeah, we're using the defaults, guys. So if you want to change it, what we can do is we'll switch to the ETH one.
Yeah.
We'll show them just to go into like Ethermine, a few of the setting switches. We could bring up Ethermine screen, you know, and then from the settings we'll just copy those and paste those in there.
Yeah.
But we're going to use the defaults for the others. But if you guys post me some wallets, we'll use your guys' wallets right now, and you guys can get some free hashes.
Oh. Ultimate Solutions. What?
Yeah, tell us which wallet it is.
Wallets are great, but if we don't know what currency that is.
I want to make sure I drive the right hashes to it.
Okay, so Tony Z sent us a Zcash wallet. Oh, Michael, there's no real reason. I just clicked one. If you would prefer me to use the dwarf pool, I'll use the dwarf pool.
Yeah, we can use the dwarf. Yeah, so it looks like this was, which wallets was this? Saya?
Yeah, ETH and Saya.
So this was an ETH and Saya. You can see it right here. The ETH and the yellow is the Saya. So right now this rig was spinning up at about almost 1,200 mega hash for Sidecoin, and was doing 149. That's yeah. So it dropped ETH by about 25 mega hash. So if this was running at 195, which is what it should be doing, it would drop it down closer into the 170s. Why it's actually using some cycles to make that happen. So we were at 175. So this is all bottom. Here, let's do this.
Okay, so
Baselining.
I'm gonna go ahead and set up the wallets for this.
Yeah, you set up the wallets for them. I'll take a.
Grab this. Keep their wallet right here.
Show the base. Here, you want to drop that screen while you're doing that? The background screen, because I'm gonna show them. Okay.
It's in. Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah, yes.
So we were at base just ETH on 7 cards that are not optimized. We're at 175. When we started doing Saya and ETH,
I'm not seeing a Saya address, people.
ETH dropped to 150, so we lost 25 there. And Psych is coming in at 1201 on this. So you're getting 150 ETH hash, you're getting 1201 Psy coin on that. Oh, do we run in Psy? Do we clip?
I'm saving now.
Yeah, if you want to go back to that, because I want to see the output of Saya on the power. Because we knew what we were running with this. Did we ever do it? We didn't do a recheck on the. Go back to ETH.
Go back to ETH.
Just go set it to ETH real quick. Send the kill to ETH. And I'm going to do a benchmark on what the base power on just ETH is. Because we never did it with the 7th cards that were posted.
Here's a Saya.
There's a Saya.
There we go. So when I switch it back, I'll add this SI address in there, and then somebody's going to be making some money.
Yep. So you're going back to ETH now, right?
Yeah.
So we're just doing ETH because we want to look at
This is
our
Claymore
ETH, our
9.3.
ETH base, our power base. Our power base was 1,325. That's what we had before we did any timings or any adjustments. So just ETH now power, with my writing is horrible by the way, is going to be, well, we'll see once it comes up here. We made this thing do so much jumping around. I'm going to give it a soft reboot. We're going to give this a soft reboot. We're going to check the power on just ETH, and then we're going to see what the power change. We see what the mega hash change was, but we're going to see what the power change is on running dual mining. And then to see if the increase in the power versus what your output on your secondary coin and the reduction of your primary coin is. We can do some simple math here and see if it's actually worth it. I personally think it's worth it. Just full disclosure, you're hedging on both coins. If both coins go up, then, you know, this is a real optimization of your hardware. Am I zoomed in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sitting there and all they see is my belly. I'm like, where is it?
Yeah. Try to read this.
Try to read this. It's just, yeah, the dual mining is giving you some extra cheddar.
So
for
this,
sure.
this is just ETH that's starting up.
Yep, this should be just ETH. Well, if both coins go down, it's what happens. It's the risk. But Saya, I mean, if anybody's been mining Saya, they're loving life right now. It's went up about 3.5 times.
Okay. Let's take a look at this.
All right, so we're here. Here's the ETH, just ETH, with these pretty much unmodified or slightly modified, but not good settings set up. We have 178. That's the base. I'm going to change the baseline to 178. 178. What's the power usage?
946, 947.
Here, let's show them that. I'm a trust but verify kind of guy. So while we tell you, we'll show you. Let's make sure you guys can see that. So that's the power on 7 cards. So you can already see with the difference.
Tilt it.
Yeah, he's got it.
There you go.
You guys can see it. So 948. So 940 watts. 940 watts on 7 cards. So we went from 1325 to 940 just by changing the timings, and we actually increased the memory. So we increased the memory to 2000. We decreased the clock speed to, what was that, 1112?
It's at 1100 right now.
1100. So GPU clock at 1100, memory at 2000, and we're running 940 watts on 7 GPUs. That's actually pretty good on 7 GPUs. Under 1,000.
Okay.
It's all about a math problem. If you can get a 1,000 watt power supply to have enough 8 pins, and I think you need to go 1,200. I don't know. We'll do some research. I don't know if you can do an actual 1,000 without using some adapters and stuff. And I don't know what the rel. We'll have to check the rels on these to see. But you might be able to get away with it on 1,000. But I think you're going to have to go to 1,200. 1,200 or 1,300.
7 or 8 on 1,000.
So you need
But
8.
You would have the pigtail on the.
Yeah, you'd have to use the pigtails. So you're going to have to use, if you want to use a 1,000 watt power supply, you're either going to have to, hopefully your stuff comes with it, like your graphics card, If not, you're gonna have to get these. I'm back here looking for a divide. So these right here is a 6-pin to 8-pin. This little guy plugs in these little pigtails that come off the GPU. I don't know if you can't see it. We need to zoom out. So technically, on 940 watts. Well, I mean, this is we'll test it stable. I think this is going to be stable for a while because I'm not losing. And here's the reason why I think it is. If you're going to have a card or a situation that's not very stable, most of the time you'll have one card that's a little off and it's descending. It'll drop a couple mega hash. You'll see these things are locked in almost exactly the same. And it's pretty consistent. When we dropped it, we weren't getting a lot of stability when we were going over 2,000 watts. When we went over 2,000 to 2050, I kept having to reboot it. When we went to 2150, it wouldn't even boot. 2,000 boots, it's booted every time. It's been consistently booting every time. And we could do a longer term test on this. Quite frankly, I'm going to be changing some settings because I'm not going to accept 25. I'll take it to 27 or 28 if I can with timings and some more adjustments. But if that's at the expense to where now I'm pulling 1,100 watts, I might back these back down. These might be okay at running 25, and we'll just accept that this 178 is a 7-card rig. But 940 is pretty good. But if the question really is if we could take one of these pigtails, plug it into the 6 to get the 8, and we have enough. There's enough count of these to do 8 cards. We'll have to look at I think we have a 1,000 watt P2. Maybe we can do some math. Oh, we had a dump here. That's a GPU having an issue. Now it's not a big enough issue for it to stop, and then none of these dropped. That was just a bad dump.
So earlier today, I've seen it does this, but then it does. It will eventually crash, and it'll bounce and restart again.
The bounce and restart, yeah. I've seen only a few of these before, and I usually don't. I mean, if I get them all the time, I'll go in and correct some stuff. But it just depends on how many shares it's dropping. I mean, if it's pretty stable otherwise than that, and the machine stays up and I don't need to touch it, if I get a few of these, I let it go. But if it consistently happens a lot, then we'll go back into trust. I don't think that 1750 to 2000 on these is working right. I think I might have to go 1625, change some timings because I should be able to get more memory out of these and not. So I'm thinking the timings are off. But I wanted to do a baseline. So now we have a baseline of what's out here right now at 178 at 940. So now let's go ahead and push Saya. Did we get the Saya on there?
Yeah, we got a Saya wallet. I'm gonna.
Whose wallet was it?
It was Michael Llanos' wallet. It was the first one that popped up.
All right, Michael. You're gonna get some Saya hashes for a sec.
And GB had posted a question about. He noticed that we were using Dwarf Pool, and he was asking if there was much difference between payouts with pools. And yeah, that's really
it's all
up
about
to the pool.
It's up to the pool. It's up. You look at their win rate and how lucky they are. There's a lot of factors that go into payouts. If you have a pool that has a lot of
payouts.
This stuff is it's an algorithm. So if you and it's statistics. So if you statistically have more hash into the biggest pool, you're probably going to statistically have more opportunities at winning the blocks. But a lot of the pools will publish what their win rates are, and if they're very lucky, or if you find one that's under 100% a lot consistently, you can probably switch a pool.
Yeah.
Try to get the ones that are the 130, the 150 percentages. We personally, or at least I personally, use ETH pool and ETH mine. It just depends. ETH pool is at a payout of 5 every block essentially that you win, and then ETH mine pool, you can adjust it.
Yeah, ETH pool will pay you out when you've earned an entire block by yourself. Like when the total work of what you've done towards the pool has earned you a block worth of payout.
Correct.
And other pools will pay you out the fractions of the work that you've done towards the blocks that have been won by the pool. And so like every time the pool wins a block, they'll pay you out fractions of an Ethereum towards your account. But then a lot of times those pools will have like a minimum payout to your account. So they'll hold all of the things, and they'll either have like a minimum that they follow, or they'll ask you.
Let me get this hard reboot.
what minimum do you want? And then they'll also have like a transfer fee or transaction fee.
Yeah, so I mean, most of the time, some of the pools, I'll have it just pay me out at 5. If you don't have a lot of mega hash, just try to go to like some. If you want to get 1 ETH at a time, it really depends on what you're trying to do with your ETH. Or whatever coin you're trying to get your output on. If you're kind of like a day trader and you need that 1 ETH every time you get 1 ETH, and you want it in Poloniex and you want to be able to flip it and move it and buy other things with it, then you want to go into something like Ethermine, because you can set your payout at like 1 ETH. I would not get into like paying yourself out at 0.1 unless you're running like 1 or 2 cards in your gaming machine and you want that incremental. Bottom line, you're going to pay more fees that way, because each time you go and do a transaction, you're going to pay a percentage of that. Small percentage, but you're going to pay a percentage of that, especially at a 0.1 ETH level. I would do it at 1 ETH and just spend the time, if it's a week or whatever that it's going to take you to get an ETH, and get that ETH. I mean, most of the single rig type of setup, 170 mega hash, you're not touching it. You're going to probably earn about an ETH every 4 days or so, maybe less. If it's consistent and it's up all the time at this current hash rate and 520 of 17, if you're watching this video in a year from now, it's going to be different. That same rig might give you 1 ETH every 2 weeks. If they haven't already switched to POS, proof of stake or some hybrid, which it looks like they're going to go a hybrid first approach. Is this the? Yeah, it's dual. Was this the only dual?
No, there were a few of them.
Well, this one's 8-1 is why I'm asking.
Well, I believe, doesn't Claymore do Decred by default?
Which Saya one were you using before? The one that was working, because 8-1 does not work very well with these cards.
I don't know. This is the only Saya one that we've actually tried to work.
Oh, it's trying to go. Just taking it as Ethel and okay. I'm just trying to make sure that it's going. I just took it a little bit to go. So this is Mike's.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can post a link for those 6 to 8 pin.
Not getting any output on this. We're just getting a lot of green.
Yeah, but at least get a lot of share calling.
No, now we're getting all rejections. Try to push that config again.
The same one?
Yeah.
Like the overclock config or the...
Yeah, either one. It's definitely not running. Yeah, because we just had a dump here.
It's at 960.
Oh, now it's up to 960. Yeah, it died after that first one. Let's let it reboot. Yeah, that's this. I don't like these timings. With ETH, it's doing fine. I bet you the ETH it would. Yeah, so that's 9-1. I don't or 8-1. I guess it's the only one we got. Go to 9-3.
Well, which one? It doesn't say what version these are. The Ethan Sias. There is no Ethan Sias.
So you do the 9.3 and then you do the custom.
And lower the intensity.
Custom.
So you can copy that.
Yeah, but
Copy all that.
does the... I mean, is that a
9.3?
separate application? That's why I'm asking. No.
Yes, this is different. So
Yeah, that's... Will this handle Saya?
yes. So
No.
yes, it will.
Think?
Yes, it will.
Okay. Let's go for it.
It's Claymore, so
Oh, it's got them both in there.
yeah,
As long as it's got it in that executable.
right. You just need
Because
that.
it should say it depends on the compiling.
Right.
If they took the branch and compiled it as just and it was all But yeah, we're pushing it to 9.3. What intensity setting do we have? Did it say with
4.
the eye? The intensity
Oh.
4?
No, I'm sorry.
Should have been like 20 or something like that, right?
16. CDRI is set to 16.
I only use nice hash on GP on NVIDIA stuff. We've only used that with NVIDIA. Or at least I've used the nice hash. I think it's nice hash's NVIDIA GPU for Zcash. Might have to repush this. I don't know what this is. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change these timings. It's not taking it auto. Yeah, I was working fine on that other side while Mike. Yeah, we don't really use the dual PSUs anymore. I don't have really any use. I mean, I guess there's a cost advantage if you get a couple 750s in the price versus buying one 1200 these days, or if you don't have a higher end but option, you could go with like a pair of 750s or a pair of 650s. There it goes. Just needed a fresh reboot. It's holding something in memory when it's doing that soft boot, and it's just not releasing it.
Invalid HTTP response. Wrong number of bytes received.
It's not invalid address. Wrong number of bytes received inside. That's not a good address. Incorrect job data size. Or did we change it?
I didn't change anything but the address. All I did was copy the commands from the 8.1 over to the 9.3.
The 6 to 8 pin adapter. So on the 480, the RX 480s and the 570s and stuff, the rel requirements are not as intense. Back in the days, using like the 390s and the 290s, that was I never used those. I didn't like to use those. I did only one time, and that was at the Devil 13s because we needed to do at least 2 6 pins to 8 pins to complete the 12 8-pin requirement on 3 of those in one rig. But on the RX series, do not use a lot of power on those rails. So, you know, I've used the extensions without too many issues with the RX series. But the older cards, like the 290s and stuff, I would not do that. That's just a bad address or something. I don't know.
Like I said, the address didn't change.
Oh. Well, try the 8.1 again. Because we had it running fine. And just push the 8.1 to it. One more time. I just want to get a good reading on the SIA output on the power. Brian David, he's asking where to pick up some rigs. There's a ton of, vendors out there right now building rigs. You can always drop us a line at bitsbytrippin@gmail.com, and we'll see what you're kind of looking for. If we have one that meets the need, there's a ton of other people out there right now on like eBay that's selling them. I mean, those are kind of expensive because people have to adjust the price to compensate for all the huge amount of fees dealing with eBay and PayPal. But depending what area you're in, there might be people local that are building them for you. What I'd say too is drop by your local Micro Center or Fry's. There's more than likely there's probably one of those dudes there probably doing mining that might have some good suggestion for your area. eBay is risky. I mean, you just got to go to somebody that's had a lot of experience with it, and it shows a lot of sales history on it. We're in the St. Louis area, and we've done a lot of local builds for people up and down pretty much the 55 corridor all the way to Chicago. I mean, we've serviced a lot of that and done a lot of rigs for folks up and down there, but sometimes I'll put stuff on eBay. We'll just move it, mainly just to keep the new for the show, for you guys can kind of see some of the different types of cards and rigs. I mean, we run a whole bunch of different other cards and other rigs too. I'll run these. I mean, if I can get these working fine. Hey, oh my God, it's starting to freaking work finally. Getting a little bit of GPU dump here, but we're dropping down. So we're down to, we can probably zoom in on that now finally. So Rod, that's local here. The power's not too bad. Oh, we got a rejected share. It's probably from that dump. So it looks like we're holding again 1,200 and 150. So again, that was that 25 drop like we had before. And what's our power? That was the main thing. We went from 940 to what? This whole exercise to try to get this done was to make sure we could see what we're at.
961.
So bring it up.
Nope.
Whoa, back. There you go.
There you go.
Oh, that was a dump, so we might have lost a GPU there. No, it's back. So 6 hung, it's going to reboot.
Yep.
That just dropped. So before it was, so if you lock it in, it looks like we're around 9, not much more. We're getting a lot of dumps there, so that's probably not a good sample test. I think we need to fix some timings on here. We're going to just try Monero and just let that one roll. You put somebody's address in there, right?
I'm going to have to set up an address for that.
Well, let's just go back and we can zoom out.
Okay.
Ah, there's a Monero address.
Yeah. Somebody's on the ball.
That's what I'm telling you. On point. You guys need to get on point.
Okay.
Give us that Monero address. We'll give you some cycles.
I think this is the Monero address.
I think it's just timings. I think we got bad timings.
When I picked up the cord, this cable came out of the PSU. The main plug.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just saying. I think the consistency issues that we're having is just the timings.
Yeah.
We just got bad timings. I mean, we'll adjust the timings. We'll probably do 1625. Check that.
Yeah.
We'll just play with it.
Do we need to set up a user account for Monero? Yeah. Let's try this and see what happens.
The bug. Which bug? Which bug, ETH Miner? Mass Pride, I don't know what address that is. Which address is that for? Monero? Okay.
Hold on, I'm bringing this down.
What are you doing?
ETH Miner was saying that it was a bug with the BIOS on the motherboard.
For what?
I think it's the Gen 2.
Mm.
Is that correct, ETH Miner?
Yeah, Gen 2 works fine.
Yeah.
I think I got everything set to Gen 2, but let's check them in there. It's under, go back, it's under PH, or...
Platform, not
No.
that one. Okay.
Peg?
It's under a few of them. It's under this one, I thought.
Peg port.
Graphics configuration.
Peg port configuration, no, not that. It's fine.
Because we're using the I think we may need to increase this.
I've never had a problem with that, but that's fine. Peg port configuration, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
We're in Gen 2.
Gen 2.
We're already in Gen 2.
And did you miss this one in here though? This guy? Nope. You got that guy?
No, and they can't see what we're doing because we're not zoomed out. Jason, can you hit the zoom out a little bit? I'm just going to walk them through, that way they're seeing what we're doing.
Yeah.
So let's go back to easy mode real quick. Well, that's fine.
That's fine. So we're in advanced mode here, and we're going through the configuration. So we were already set on Gen 2.
Peg.
Yeah, so our link speeds were set to generation 2. And then there's one more setting that we go and switch in there.
Which is under PCH. Right here.
And under PCH affects PCI speed is Gen 2. And then you got to make sure 4G decoding's turned on, which on this one I think it's under tool or boot. It's under boot on this one.
It's under boot on this one?
Yeah, I don't know why it's under boot on this one.
Huh.
So weird. It's right here. So this is another weird thing. On the Z270 A and ARs, above 4G decoding is under boot. On everything else, it's under advanced. I don't know. It's if anybody from Asus is watching this, you guys, somebody on your testing team needs to be kind of smacked because they dorked that one up.
So, all right.
I think everything else is fine.
Yeah.
So we just did a higher allocation on the local memory. System agent. In system agent. Going to system agent.
All right.
We're going back in. We had one more area that I missed. You rebooting it? You know, at least these aren't as bad as the Z370 Asus boards. Oh my god, with the Ryzen's, those things take forever to boot up. And we're just about to bust 3 hours in this live stream.
And busted.
What did you change that? One gig?
Yeah.
I don't ever use 1 gig. I always use 256. That's a lot of memory to allocate to it. What I would do is I would kill the... So if you can't get a machine to boot like this right now after doing a setting of your BIOS, pull your power and let it set for a second. Dump your capacitors. Clear all the post information. Let it set. And then plug it back in for a second.
Hold the power button down for a couple seconds. Let it dump.
And then just try to toggle your power switch after your power's unplugged. Let it dump the capacitors. Let it set for a second. Replug it back in, and then that'll go in there. Crickets are coming out. You guys can hear the crickets? Are you serious? We got a lot of crickets out here. That's hilarious. They can hear the crickets.
High tech, yes, you can make a good profit off of this.
Yes, you can absolutely make a good profit on this. Unless you just break the motherboard like T-Prang just did.
Slide that in there.
Huh? Would you change the output? I don't know if that's the card that's there, is it?
No, try it. Just try it and see if it... Oh, wait. There you go.
The dirty south.
The dirty south. Yeah, so that up in Cheeseland, the high was 50 degrees today.
I hate Cheeseland.
I'm telling
They
you.
get all the good weather, like snow.
I don't. Is this the right GPU that has?
It might not be.
No, it's that one. This one is. This one. Yeah, I don't use just reboot it. Just kill it because I don't think. I just want to make sure it comes back up. I don't know what that setting is, but
Tony Z, you get less ETH per megahash because the difficulty keeps on going up. The more difficult it is to mine, the less ETH you're going to get for your megahash.
correct. And your mega hash will go down over time as the DAG gets bigger.
Yeah.
Because on some nano cards, some Fury X and nano cards that we had before, we were pulling in like 31, 30, or almost 32 and a half. And a lot of the older 280Xs were pulling 22, and they all pull about 19 now.
Yes. Right now, it is super, super profitable to be mining. Especially if you think about like half a year ago, like the value, like mining ETH was almost not worth it half a year ago because it was so low that you just couldn't justify the costs.
Plug them all.
I'm just popping them. We're just going to have to go back in there and reset everything. Do it now. We're going to go back in and reset up all the motherboard settings again real quick. It did not like that 1 gig. I usually use 256 on there. I don't usually change that to 1 gig. But it did not like that, whatever that setting was.
We have to...
Yes, Mike, it's your fault. Your wallet killed the whole rig.
No, it's so.
Alright, hold on. Let me try to...
It won't do anything with it. Because it's missing its battery.
Rat asks, besides ETH, what are RX good for? So what could the RX cards be used for other than ETH?
I mean, so they're optimized to do like VR. I mean, I have a couple that I had in Crossfire for a Vive machine, but I've since switched to a 1080.
I mean, are there any other coins that are good for it? Like, I mean, are there any other coins that take advantage of the RX cards more than anything else? Or?
Mm-mm. It just
There. Okay.
so you got to go in through and set all your settings.
So F7.
So we're going back through, and we're going to set all of the. So while we got guys, I'm just going to tell you guys what we did real quick. So we went in there and made that one change. We just changed it to allocate because we've been using the onboard graphics card. We switched that to have a full gig of video memory, which it probably doesn't need, but we went in and just switched that, and whatever it wrote to the BIOS, when it went to go reboot, it would not reboot. For whatever reason, it wouldn't reboot. So we tried it a few times, dumped the power, still wouldn't display anything. So we went in and just pulled the power, dumped all the juice out of there, popped the CMOS battery. It's a little battery, it's in there, you have a little tab, you pop that battery out. You leave that out for a second, pop it back in, that brings you back to a fresh, clean BIOS. So we're going to go back through and set up all the settings that we need to with regards to the Gen 2 on the different ports. You're going to get to see this. This is actually pretty good because we never did this in the beginning of the video. We'll have to put some times in there to kind of jump around for people if they're setting up their stuff. But we're going through it kind of quick just to get it reset back up. And then we're going to try Monero. And then what else do we got in there? We got Monero for to test. We did Cycoin, we did Monero, we should do Zcash too. We'll try all those, and then that'll wrap up this live stream, and then
Are we doing Monero?
we will.
Okay.
We have not done Monero yet.
Okay. There are some in here that I do not know what they. It looks like this one might be doing Pascal. There's Zcash in here. I don't know what SimpleMining does.
Where was that other setting that we wanted to do that we were going back in?
Oh, Silent Army does Zcash.
Hmm? Oh, he said under System Agent.
Blueberry.
System agent, and then what?
Well, it was in there. Peg Comfort. I think we already did that, right? Yeah, we did it.
Yeah, but then we did do that, but then
Get back.
and then they said something else.
No, he said go back. I don't think he saw that we were in the System Agent.
Ah,
So go save those settings.
hold on.
4G decoding, and turn that on.
Okay.
We'll save that. We'll shut this down, and then we can plug our cards back in. Oh, by the way, we're doing this right now, setting this BIOS up for the very first time. Think of this like the very first time. You can see all these settings here. None of the cards have been plugged in. We're only using the onboard video right now to do this. Don't plug any of your cards in when you first put this together, because especially if you put all 7 in there, it's not going to see them because you don't have all your configuration settings, your 4G decoding, all that stuff. Don't even waste your time putting your graphics cards in it. Just do this, save this, then put your cards in. So we're gonna shut this down now. We're good. Save it. All right.
Yeah. And
Right. Kill it. Let's go ahead and I'll have these in really any order right now. I'll have to put them in order. Plugging all of them back in, all 7 slots.
Tony Z wants to know
And give it a reboot.
if there's any way to calculate the drop in mega hash that you'd mine.
Based on the size of the DAG file, you can. And that's actually out. If you do some looking out on ETH forums, there's a few threads out there that have the that calculated. It's going. Please go back in there real quick and just make sure. Oh, did it skip it or no? Go to advanced and make sure that it saved those settings. that? Yeah, it did. Okay. Let's just check boot real quick, make sure 4G is on. It is. We're good. Let's do it. Do it to it. So you got, which one is that one set on? Is it on Monero?
It's on the Claymore ETH. ETH Saya.
ETH Saya? Okay.
You want me to switch to
No,
Monero?
don't load off the those defaults. They cancel that. Jesus.
I think I hit it.
Huh?
I think I hit it.
Is that what you hit last time?
Yeah, no.
Oh.
No, it wasn't what I hit last time, but I did hit it this time.
He's got to go back in there and reset it back up. So don't hit that. It resets all your settings.
There's nothing in there.
Oh, the joys of doing this live. Oh, the only good thing is you guys get to see this a couple times.
Don't forget the 4G encoding.
I won't.
We changed a lot more than that. No, do it. It's fine. Yeah, I get it. It's because it already had everything, right? It already had everything, and then you cleared it. Which, if we would have hit save again, it would have then listed all the things that it changed back,
Yeah.
because the BIOS already had it saved. So you're testing me. GB, not really. I mean, if you could reset the DAG, and like if you go into testnet and you like if you fork the coin and you start it from scratch again on a, like let's say an old 290, it would perform fine. Like you wouldn't see a huge degradation in the card or anything like that. It should work fine and work the way it should.
What's the difference between Gen 1, 2, and 3? What's the difference between Gen 1, 2, and 3?
It's like 1x, 4x, 8x. Of like the allocation of the ports, like, and then the speeds of how fast those are. It's like, so the generation of like as the PCI Express over time has gotten new generations.
Right.
They've gotten more features and faster speeds, and that is just replicating an older and slower and 4x in speed. Because this board right here is like 16x, I think 16x, and then 8x on the big slots.
Yeah.
And then 1x on the small slots, and what we're doing is we're forcing the big slots to go to 4x.
It's probably
To
just a
allocate
difference
more
in the
space.
algorithms on how it moves the data through that connector.
Okay.
Yeah, the 290s are boss. They just use a ton of electricity. We only got 6 cards here.
Yeah, because you're on 8-1 again.
No, it would still show 7 cards. So this is a non-kill it. One of the cards are not. Oh yeah, here's the no riser. Oh no, that's.
No, it's on this one. Let it go for a little bit so they heat up. We can figure out what's what. Got it correct. Failed.
Yeah. Yeah, just kill it. I don't know which. Yeah, these settings are not doing us any justice. What what we could do is stop messing with this one real quick, plug this one in, and then we'll do it from that one. So, because we're fighting this one because we try to do both. What we're gonna do, guys, just to make this speed up, for you can see the dual mining on one. There's no reason to take you any more through any of the struggle of this machine, as I got to get the timing figured out on it better. I'm gonna take one that we already have figured out, and then we'll take you through the settings of this one. I'm gonna need this stick, right? Because it's got the right there, and then I want to get the power figured out on this one real quick. Where's the it's any, where's this here. So this machine is I think these are 570s, right?
Yep. The 570 Strix.
So this is with the gray matter case. This has 6 570 Strix in it. We're gonna set the, and don't worry, that's normal. On the H series board, kind of starts up kind of with a weird white screen and then goes away. Yeah, ETH mine it is. It was.
You're gonna have to refresh your screen there, Jason, because that's gonna come up as a different
miner.
Different miner.
You can't hear the crickets over the noise of this thing. It's actually not too bad. So if I be quiet, so when I'm talking, you push 9.3 to this.
So the 9.3 would be just E.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do baseline this one. All right, so we're gonna do a baseline of this one. So again, this is 6 570s. So this is 6 RX 570. These are the Strix. These guys. 6 of these in this box here. We're gonna benchmark it. With ETH first, I'm going to show you the power, and then we're going to go through the other coins. We're using 9.3.
Just Ethereum.
And this is just Ethereum, and then I'll go back to Sidecoin.
Do you know what the mods are on that? On these cards?
Yeah, so this is using the strict mods that we did before, which are taking the 1500 timings, and it's going 1500 over 1625. Here, I'll write it down. because we're going to be getting a new baseline here anyways. $1,500 over 1625, 1750, 2000. And these were at 1950? Yeah.
Oh, remember one? Yeah.
1950 mem 11 8 or no 1088 GPU. So these ones were this, and this was the Asus Strix 4 gig
RX
570 RX. So that's what these are. And that's the settings. And we're getting 163 mega hash, 27.3 per card at $840 watts. 850. Sorry. Oh, it was, yeah, it was 50. 858, something like that. So 850 with ETH only. Okay. So now let's go ahead and push. And by the way, if we want to zoom in these temperatures, people were asking me, you know, on these cases, what are the temps? Fan speeds are 27%. We're at 63, 59, 64, 65, 60, 59. So these cases do not hotbox them.
We could turn the fan speeds on the front of this case down so that the noise level would be down, but then the GPUs would heat up. So I'll take the noise over the heat.
Correct. And I mean, again, it's like less than 50 decibels, or right at 50 decibels. So, I mean, you can't beat that heat performance. And I mean, this isn't blowing me out like heat. And I don't know if I can take a piece of paper. I mean, it's putting out a little bit of heat, or a little bit of fan speed. So I mean, it's there's a little bit of but you know, you got one incorrect share there. I don't know why. GP4 and this one didn't drop. Might have just been a fluke. I didn't get a dump. All still holding. So let's go ahead and push now the, again, still holding 850. Let's push the Saya.
Okay. Pushing the 8-1 Messiah.
Or 9, yeah. You 8-1 or?
I can't figure out how to do
Okay.
93 Messiah. When I did it, it broke.
We'll see. Now we're going to push the Saya there. So it's going to be dual mining that, and then we'll go to Monero, then we'll go to Zcash.
Don't break my machine.
I'm gonna break it.
You break it, you buy it.
You can see us pushing the configs there.
So the one thing that I noticed too is that when you get a GPU card that's slowly degrading, you can lower the memory on that one card. And you know, I've got these set for 1950. If you got one that's degrading, set it down to 1900, and then it'll obviously it'll be a little bit less less hash rate, but it'll level off and become stable.
I don't think 8.1 works with these RX 570s and 580s.
It may not.
Try,
Try 9.3.
yeah, just copy the settings back into 9.3. I think we were just having issues. And then I want to do Decred after this.
It's copied and moving over.
RX 470s are a good start. If you can find them, the problem is you can't find them. Anybody that knows anything about mining right now, they're picking up every card known to man. I think you're gonna. There you go. I can barely read that. Can you guys read that box in the upper left-hand corner? Or is it too small? There you go. Josh waits and no. I know you can't read it. Put on your
face.
We know Josh weighed 7, so put on your Oculus Rift.
Oh yeah.
Watch it from your Oculus.
And then look up.
I think you need to make it not so transparent too. That's part of the problem. They're probably because you can kind of see through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't like that if you copy that address in there. I think it's just a bad string that we have in there. Switch over to Decred.
Okay. Do you know what the configurations are for Decred?
Is it asking for?
Yeah, it's gonna need configurations.
Just take the defaults. There's no defaults in there.
There's no defaults.
Somebody paste me their Decred SIA line. I'll paste it in there. You'll get your address and everything. You guys just give me your whole string. So if you're using Windows to mine with and you have your string, I'll use it and include your address.
Yeah. We want the Decred options.
With the Decred options. Not just your address. I want the whole mining string.
We want all of your Decred options. Give us your Decred.
Like your pool, everything. Like if I'm putting this on a command line, what am I putting in there? Just give me paste it. Because that way I can use yours. And
Play
we'll
more
use
Decred.
Play more Decred. Somebody do some hunting and peck and paste it in there. I'll copy and paste it right into it, and then get you some hashes. There it is. Power of live streams. BBT doesn't mind sharing some hashes. with the community. Yeah, no problem, Momo. Thanks for tuning in, and you had to bounce out early.
Okay, let's see if this works.
Nice text. Oh, wait. All right, we're pushing the config to it now. Now, this is Decred and ETH, correct?
Yes, theoretically.
Yeah, if you guys have been mining Scicoin, I got real lucky. I bought in really low. I mean, I spread everything like everybody else did, I think, in February, and I think got it at like maybe 122 or something. 133? I think it was about 133. So yeah, Sci's been doing great. We're doing a lot of holding though. Oh, did I just hit something?
I think it just rebooted.
Oh, did it reboot? They like that intensity.
Uh-oh.
No, that's normal.
Okay.
That's normal on these H boards. H270, the H270 pluses, they do a weird kind of, if you use the onboard video, it does this kind of weird thing, like it looks like the video just took a crap.
Uh-huh.
It's what time is it our time? 10:40?
10:45.
10:45. We're Central Standard Time in the
St.
U.S.
Louis, yeah.
We're outside the St. Louis area. Well, if it reboots again on 29, I'll do 25. Which cards are you running with this, Rot? Is that a JSON error?
That looks to be a JSON error.
And you copied this whole...
Yes.
We get something truncated? Take out the first ESM3.
Yeah. I already took out the first ESM3. I'm going to take out the ESM0 that was with the ETH pool. The ETH.
We're pushing another config to it. Well, I mean, his was going to Nice Hash, and this is going Earth Dwarf Bowl.
Yeah.
So something else was wrong there because it shouldn't have been going to Dwarf. Oh, his Decred is Nice Hash in there.
Yeah.
I need to get a drink here. You guys are welcome to ask more questions when we're waiting here and this stuff to boot up. No, we're still getting... this is an ETH authorization file.
Okay. Let's see.
Reading socket fell disconnected. JSON 2.0. Yeah, that setting that you gave me, Ron's not
Let's see.
The GB, it's all done in. Show them this big screen here. The screen that you're on right now, because that way they can see the multiple rings. So if you see, we brought this up here. So you see how the red rig, that's the one that's turned off right now, the one that we were working on earlier. So if you had 20 rigs here, they would all show up individually here, and then just hit one of the like the overclock setting or something, or not the overclock, the console. Hit the console button. So if you hit these buttons, it'll launch other windows like the console, like if it's showing what it's going on in it. If you go into you need to reboot the rig, you need to change a setting, you can do all that from this, and it just lists each one individually. So if you have tons of rigs, you can sit there and manage them that way.
It should be rebooted.
Well, it rebooted, and then did you push?
Because I made changes.
Yeah, we'll keep this screen up real quick because we'll paste in the others. Everybody else is running ETH and Decred. Take out the last 8 ESMA 3 instead. We just pushed it, so it should change it again. Drop that screen so they can see. Yeah, this is almost cool. Like with the original. Oh, that's working.
Okay.
Fixed. So we'll let this spin up for a second. So 45.76 to cred. And 157 mega hash. So it dropped it from 163 to 157.8 and 45.73 decred. And our power here's our power usage. I don't know if this is there we go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
1031.
So 1031, 1032. So 1,000 watts dual mine. 1,040.
What was the ETH hash on that? What's the ETH hashing?
Yeah, the ETH hashing 157.
157.
So we're getting one. We're gonna have to take a look at this one separately. TP. This GPU4 is still doesn't like that overclock. We might have to drop that one down to 1925.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not dumping, but it's just showing that it's getting an incorrect share. But other than that, this is in pretty good shape. Dual mining.
I mean, we're still at just over 1,000 watts. Doing the dual mine. We want to try Zcash.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you're right. You might be right, Michael. I think we might already have that because at 1950 that GPU did not work right, so we took it to 1925. We might have to take that one to 1900. So we're going to try to push this. Somebody asked if we could try Decred just by itself. I don't know if it increases it much.
Sure, we can try Decred by itself.
Yeah, try Decred first real quick by itself. We're going to push Decred by itself without doing ETH. So you're going to get a nice little bump here right for a second because we're going to push all these to Decred.
Let's see what happens.
Did somebody give us a Monero address already? I think we already have Monero address.
Yeah, we have Monero somewhere. We should be able to find Monero.
See, BBT taking care of the community. We're using your guys' addresses.
So we're doing Monero next.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Darren's on top of it.
No pools specified for ETH. Well, there's one
Does
pool
it
and
require a ETH pool?
ETH plus? Yeah, it requires ETH. That's okay. Push. What's the next one? Monero.
Monero. Go to Monero.
Benny, I'd go 574 gig and save your money. If you're just doing mining with it, 574 gig. If you can find them.
Yeah, that is if this fool hasn't bought them all.
Yeah, if I haven't bought them all. If you're in the St. Louis area, good luck. And evidently the DC area too. You guys liking the vlog videos? Give me some honest feedback. I mean, I'm trying to make them putting a little music with them, trying to show you guys through the day. I'm trying to keep it on point with the mining, but I think a little extra, out there is, kind of in that vlog kind of style. If you guys like those kind, yeah, well, you're still here. This is the live stream, though. It is different, but, I'm talking like the actual other videos. Josh, wait, you need to work on your voice. Is this better? Yeah. So, which one's this one?
This is Monero. 3724, it looks like.
So we're just doing just Monero on this?
Just Monero.
Alright, so this is just Monero. So we dual mine Monero and Ethernet.
No, this is just Monero. Does Claymore do Monero also?
No. So just Monero, we're getting 3724 with these settings and configs. I don't know if that's good. We don't do a lot of Monero. I'm mostly ETH. I'll have to do some research on it. $37.24. 37.24 on XMR. Looks like it's pretty stable. It's getting about 630 per card. So let's do a power check. Power check with this. I don't know if this is in. There we go. Can't see the screen.
Yeah.
There you go. I think they say. You get it
570.
tilted. You see it tilted? There it is. 560. $566. I could tell it wasn't putting out a lot of heat because this thing is hardly putting any heat out at all. It's 570 watts. So some of these Monero got a little love. What else we got? We got Zcash.
Yeah. There's
Now here's the deal with Zcash. We need to bump the GPU clocks to 13. What was it on these on 1380? You need to bump the Zcash Lite's clocks.
Okay.
No, Eric, this rig is 6 RX 570s. The 7 card rig's to the right, and we need to work on some timings on it. So we're using a stable rig that's already kind of ready to go for the farm. So this is the farm build. So
Okay.
do Zcash, whatever the latest version of Zcash is.
Yeah.
Who's got a Zcash address? BBT for the people. There it is.
Got it.
This is kind of like the ultimate. This is different, like the different. Like usually people are like, you know, donating to channels or something, and we're a channel donating to the people.
Okay. Zcash mining coming up. And you said you want me to clock these at.
Yeah, take the and show them what you're doing too. That way they can see it.
So I'm back in the overclock settings for the.
So we're gonna change that
We'll
setting.
test
Let's go to I forgot what's the stock on these, 1380 or 1330. Can't remember.
They're set to 1088 right now.
I don't know. I think they're 13s.
Set it to 7, the DPU to 7.
Yeah. And we'll see it. Set it to 1330 and the DPU's to 7. So 1330 there, and then,
the power stage to 7.
take it all the way to
Yeah.
7,
Okay.
and then hit save. All right, we'll send it. So it's at right now. Before it took the overclock, it's at
490.
no. It'll go way up over that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, one 1080 gets 450 if you have an overclocker, right? Our 1080 GTX classified edition run. Yeah, 1330's right. Now we're gonna use more power that way, but here you can go and kill that that screen. All right, we're gonna have to let this run for a second because this is gonna take a spin up. That Souls is horrible though.
Yeah.
It's going the wrong
It's
way.
going down. Another wallet broke our rig.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely not right. Do try 1300
Do you want
and
the
set the memory down. So try yeah 1300 and set the memory to 1750.
You know, what's good too is I like doing these live streams. Is one, it's interactive with you guys out there, but you guys can see the cycles. You can see the reboots. You can see the things that we have to do to get some of the things going. So it not only gives you confidence when you're sitting there going through your own rig when you run into some little issues, but you know that these things happen, and then you just got to move through them and look through them, do some research, try some different settings. Sometimes I throw some of the rigs on the ETH Classic. I think I look a lot. Here's my basic opinion of ETH Classic. I think there's an opportunity with ETH Classic. I don't know if they'll take advantage of it. If they do take advantage of it, then it's going to be a good thing to have. But you could think of ETH Classic like ETH Test at the end of the day. If they incorporate some of the test or some of the changes that Ethereum will institute over time, and they kind of follow at least some of the feature tests, maybe not proof of stake or any of that, but some of the other feature tests, they could actually kind of be like Litecoin is to Bitcoin with SegWit, where they're the test bed, and they'll implement it first ahead of it to see, because the risk is a lot less than doing it to Ether. So I think if they play it right, it'll see the benefits like Litecoin did to Bitcoin, where Litecoin was $4 and then it shot up to 30.
I don't think it liked those settings.
Just repush to 1800. Yeah, I saw that artifact come across the screen, so I don't think it liked it.
1800 memory. Okay.
I'm giving it a reboot. Oh, I'm on the wrong rig. I'm thinking I'm on the other one. You already pushed it. Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's not taking that either. I only mine Zcash with NVIDIA cards, so I stopped doing it with AMD cards. I don't think it likes that setting either.
Okay. What next? Back to 1950 from them.
No, I just think I mean I wouldn't personally mine Zcash with AMD cards. I mean you can. That's kind of a place for NVIDIA these days. I mean we're gonna do an NVIDIA build, so I'm gonna do a couple of NVIDIA builds for Zcash specifically, but I mean right now I'd be pointing. I don't think it's as efficient as yeah. You can try a few other settings and see if it takes it. But see, yeah, look at that. That shouldn't happen. Yeah, there's a reboot. Yeah, I didn't like that setting. Where was it? So I'm gonna do the 6-card build of this. Probably tomorrow, actually. I'm gonna finally finish up doing these and do 6 of these GTX 750 Ti's. I think these are the 4 gig ones too, or maybe the 2 gig. I can't remember. But I'm gonna build the small little rig with that, with like a 500 watt power supply. Which will probably be using like 350 for Zcash, if that. And then I think I got Micro Center finally convinced that some of their old 750 Ti's, or what was it, 980 Ti's, they're finally going to give me them for a decent price. So if I can get 6 of those, I'm going to build a 6-card 980 Ti Zcash rig. Well, this is running at like...
Now, one of the problems with SimpleMining is you can't manage two different rig setups on the same account. So if you configure it to mine Ethereum, all of the rigs on that account are mining Ethereum.
Yeah.
If you configure it to Zcash, all of them are mining Zcash.
Yeah, it pushes them all, your entire farm, to a specific thing. And I don't know if he's going to make some changes with that. Yeah, we're getting dumps. This thing's only getting 500 souls. This thing should be getting like 2,800 souls. So I think it's just maybe some of our configs. We'll have to change configs around if we're going to mine Zcash. And the memory timings in that, I think, are also in effect. I only do Zcash mining with NVIDIA cards. So I have a handful of 1080s that are mining Zcash. And they're all putting out about 425 to 450 a card, close to 500 souls per card, at a pretty decent power rate. I'm only at like almost 500 watts of power right now with this, so there's something that's not mining very well. If I'm only at 5, I mean, this whole rig's only putting out 500. This rig should be putting out like 2,800. So. What other mining do we got? We got any more? We're gonna call it. We got.
There's a bullberry miner.
A bullberry? Let's try it. Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do that, and then we'll do some questions and answers, and then we'll wrap it up because it's almost 4 hours. And again, we have a website. It's under development right now, so I'm trying to get stuff added on there. But some of the stuff that we're finding and with issues and stuff, I'm putting out there as like a punch list editor, like a troubleshooting page. I'm gonna have a rig builder component on there. We're gonna post some of the stuff that's up and coming. So bitsbetrippin.com. You guys want to know what we're doing, what we're into? I'm just start posting it up on there. Yeah, Beam, this is not right. This rig is just this. I think the timings on this one is not set up for this. I mean, it's not, or some other configuration's not set up for it. I mean, we're not. This rig wouldn't be doing Zcash, so it's been all tailored and set up to pump out, 165 mega hash on ETH at 900 watts or 860 watts.
I might have to set up an account to do bullberry mining.
Oh, don't worry about it then if it's not going to go. So we're going to answer some questions for you guys. Yeah, you can customize each rig, right? You just can't. Each rig will have its own special customizations with settings. What you can't do is point, or at least I haven't tried. I don't know. Maybe there's an advanced setting in there. But right now, when you push a mining pool, it points all of the rigs to that same setup.
So if you back to ETH and do credit.
Okay. So if you show them that what you mean by that. So if I'm going to add a couple rigs before we shut this down tonight. I'm going to put 2 more online real quick, and I'm going to show you what I mean. And then we'll wrap this video up.
Onto this account. Do you have flash drives?
Yeah. No, I don't have flash drives for that account, do I? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't have flash drives. I'll have to do a video on that. We'll do a video when I'll take a quick video, and in tomorrow's vlog, what I'll do is we have probably 6 rigs down just in this area. I'm gonna get them up, and they'll put in other area. On this screen that you're seeing right now, it'll have a total of 6 rigs there, and I'll do a quick small vlog update, and I'll explain what I mean by, like, if you have 6 rigs here running are all showing green, and you got them pointed, you can have individual configurations on each one with regards to your settings and all that kind of stuff, but you push them all to a specific mining pool and miner use. So
We're just over 4 hours, so we'll ask a few questions. You guys got any more questions? Otherwise, check us out on our website. Post questions. You can post questions out there. I'm gonna try to keep everything that we're doing up to date on there. It's kind of like it's a blogger site right now. We're working on the actual website. We got like a store popping up there now too, so you can order the same stuff that we're ordering. The only stuff that I'm going to put on there is stuff that we have or we've ordered. So it'll allow you to get other things. All of it's right now through Amazon and all the Amazon vendors. So the other stuff that we end up picking up and buying a lot is at Micro Center. And if we're going through Chicago, sometimes Fry's. But all of it's retail. Again, we buy all of our equipment. None of that stuff's given to us. 7th gen risers for that question that are the SATA. Those are the ones I like the best. Tony, you don't donate, buddy. We don't take the direct donations. I just say hit our site, share our stuff. I think the only way that I even have a donation thing set up in this thing is if you do super chat. I think if you hit that super chat button, I think you can donate. But we don't really have anything set up for that. No Patreons or anything like that. But we do have the site, and I do say if you're going to do some shopping on Amazon, just click one of our affiliate links, or any of the other YouTube channels out there. That's what that system's for. If you just go and just hit Amazon on your own, you're not doing a solid to anybody else that's out there that's doing stuff with affiliates. So we go use other folks' affiliates and. Just spread the word out there, and then we'll keep trying to bring some good content to you, and you can ask questions out there on that blogger site too, and we'll get them answered for you. So that, and on the channel. So you guys got any other questions? You reboot it.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, I see it, Tony. Yeah, that's cool, buddy. Yeah, just drop us a line on bitsbetrippin@gmail.com, and we'll get you something. Yeah, and I'm trying to get at least a vlog video out a day. Sometimes it's kind of hard to get out there because I'm kind of a I want to have some kind of entertainment content with it too. That's why I'm trying to put some of the audio and the music and the pictures and the flow, and get it where it's attainable and it's something that you guys can actually use in your mining experience. So I'm trying to keep it also not just themed with what's going on in our world, but something that you can actually use or answer a question or something. So a lot of that content gets fed off of the questions you guys have. So. Yeah, if you guys see it, you guys are welcome to share the stuff, and we'll get some more stuff answered for you. And I think I'm going to go out and register and do some research on more of these dual mining things. That way we're set up on the next one. And we'll get back. So I think we're going to wrap this one up, guys. Thanks for being part of this one and offering some support on it and seeing what our deltas were here. And we'll catch you guys on the next one.